Chapter 2187. Forgot to tell you. Chapter 2187. Forgot to tell you, seal. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and sent out a force, directly sealing the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Quicker than words could tell. This series of actions did not even reach a breath of time. Finus. Hi+ing with all these, time freeze suddenly shattered. Everything returned to normal. The few great Empyreans used eyes like having seen a ghost to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. This guy actually froze all of them just now. Although it was just a short instant, they were really unable to do anything during that moment. This guy can actually control S.P.A.C. team? What was that just now? Heavenly Tao true word? Liu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. Although Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing the acupoints turned the battle situation around, the unhappiness in Liu's heart was not dispelled. He knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do, but the unhappiness from before turned into a wicked mentality during that moment. He wanted to kill this devil monster leader and sever Yi Yuan's hope, but Yi Yuan used this sort of bizarre way to save the devil monster leader. How could this not surprise him? How many methods did this brat have? Done with all this, Yi Yuan turned around, seething with killing intent. Liu's way of doing things already touched his bottom line. Don't you forget, after the golden needles pierced your acupoints, there will be a period of extreme weakness. At that time, your life and death will be dictated by me. Yi Yuan's words were bone-piercingly cold. Liu's expression changed drastically. He only cared about venting his anger earlier, why would he think so much? Currently, upon Yi Yuan's reminder, only then did Liu suddenly startled awake. Those golden needles indeed let him obtain powerful strength, but what about after tiding over the immediate crisis? Suddenly, Liu's two eyes narrowed and he said with a hideous grin, "So what? This Empyrean hasn't said the powerful period yet currently." Jing Yufeng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Liu, do you still want face? If not for Yi Yuan, we'd probably have long been killed by these abyss monsters now. You actually want to repay kindness with ingratitude now." Liu smiled coldly and said, "So what? This punk is so unbelievably KY. This Empyrean has long been displeased at the sight of him. Now the crisis has already been resolved. We also roughly understand the situation here already and can go back and report on the completion of the mission. This brat doesn't have much use anymore as well." Jing Yufeng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Have you asked me about wanting to kill Yi Yuan? Or is it that you think that everybody will look on with folded arms?" Liu chuckled and suddenly made a move. A large number of umbrellas flew towards the sky, instantly enveloping the few powerhouses in the vicinity fully. Jing Yufeng's face changed and he cried out in shock, "10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. You actually even brought this out." 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure of the Clearwater Bodhidharma that Liu was from. Or should it be said that it was a quasi-heavenly emperor spirit treasure? This spirit treasure had a resounding reputation within the 7 major factions' sphere of influence. It was because this Empyrean spirit treasure could absorb the divine essence of the martial artists within a certain radius, and then supplement it onto themselves. This was equivalent to reducing the opponent's strength when fighting and increasing one's own strength. If it was under the situation where their strengths were on par, this Empyrean spirit treasure would be a trump card. And this Empyrean spirit treasure was most formidable during group battles. Like now. At this time, everyone only felt that a portion of the divine essence in their bodies was instantly drained, while Liu's aura was in the midst of soaring madly. Finally, he actually stepped into 7th Firmament Empyrean. Although this was just temporary, he truly possessed the strength of 7th Firmament Empyrean right now. Now, is there still anyone that wants to come out and protect this brat? Liu looked like a cat that ate the canary, letting out a wild laugh. How could the others still be Li Yu's match after having a significant amount of divine essence drained? Even Zheng Yufeng also shut his mouth sensibly. Speaking at this time was equivalent to seeking death. He could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, having a worried look on his face. Just earlier, a stream of strange power circled one round inside Yi Yuan's body, attempting to draw out his divine essence. But this force actually could not extract Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence. In the end, it returned without accompli. Hi+ing anything. Yi Yuan looked at Li Yu expressionlessly and said coolly, "This Empyrean spirit treasure is pretty good. I'll be accepting it." Li Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold light Hi+ing as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing. Is your reliance that heavenly Tao true word? With my present strength, you can at most only freeze time for that instance. Even if I stand there and let you hit, what can you do to me? But how many times can you use this martial technique?" Seventh Firmament Empyrean versus Second Firmament Empyrean, the disparity in between was a massive chasm. Even if Yi Yuan's combat strength was a Stony's Hi+ing, it was also very hard to kill Li Yu in an instant. Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, "If you keep spurting nonsense, the golden needle's piercing acupoints method will time out." Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, "Courting death." Under his rage, Li Yu exerted all of his strength. The tremendous power of Seventh Firmament Empyrean made the faces of everyone present change drastically. Sixth Firmament Empyrean to Seventh Firmament Empyrean, this was a massive gulf. Now Li Yu crossed this gulf. How many times did his strength increase? More importantly, Li Yu was still under the effect of the golden needles right now, his strength terrifying to the extreme. Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword. One sword emerging, countless streaks of azure lights were akin to dense rain, stabbing at the place where Yi Yuan was at. Unavoidable! Bang! 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 After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, a large pit was blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. Even the void had several cracks blasted out, while Yi Yuan vanished without a trace. Li Yu chuckled and said, "So what even if you have a lot of measures? So what if you know the golden needle piercing acupoints method? Didn't you still die at this Empyrean's hands? This move is lacking in power. Just a reminder, the duration of the effect doesn't have long remaining." A leisurely void sounded out behind everyone. Everyone turned around, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently standing on top of a tree, very cozy. While his body did not have any injury at all. Li Yu's pupils constricted and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. My Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword even locked S.P.A.C. down. How did you escape?" Yi Yuan was still expressionless as he said, "Forgot to tell you. My spatial law is already comprehended to the peak sixth firmament. I'm afraid that it's a little hard for your degree of attack to want to harm me." Li Yu's entire body trembled, his eyes almost popping out. Spatial law comprehended to peak sixth firmament, what kind of concept was this? Beneath Heavenly Emperor, it was far too difficult to want to kill Yi Yuan. Unless one planned things beforehand like Long Shao locking down all S.P.A.C. Otherwise, there was basically no hope. But now, where would Li Yu go and make arrangements? A despairing mood instantly spread throughout Li Yu's entire body. Could not kill Yi Yuan, then there was only waiting for Yi Yuan to come and kill him. Thud. Li Yu actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan involuntarily. "Be brother Yi, I Li Yu, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare me." Chapter 2188. That's right, playing you. Chapter 2188. That's right, playing you. When he said this, Li Yu was practically sobbing. His greatest reliance was the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Under such a circuit, stance, it could let his strength soar. But who knew that Yi Yuan's greatest trump card was not whatever golden needles piercing acupoints, nor was it some heavenly Tao true word. It was actually spatial law. While Yi Yuan could not win against him, Yi Yuan did not need to fight with him at all. As long as Yi Yuan ran the timer out, he could only stretch his neck out for the executor's blade. This was impressive. Sixth firmament spatial law. Brother Ye's strength is truly inconceivable. At a young age, how can he be so monstrous? Could it be that this guy started cultivating in his mother's womb? Liu, this fellow calculated everything, but he failed to calculate this. He finally kicked a metal plate today. Yi Yuan looked at Liu and said coolly, "Sparing you, it's not that I can't." When everyone saw the situation, they secretly nodded one after another. This was also within reason. Liu's status in Clearwater Bodhidharma was rather high. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Yi Yuan was apprehensive of the faction behind him, so sparing his life was also ought to be. Otherwise, after going out, Yi Yuan would have endless trouble. Liu's eyes glinted and he said in pleasant surprise, "As long as Brother Yi lifts your hand high up in mercy, Liu is willing to pay any price." Yi Yuan's finger pointed at the void, pointing at the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella as he said, "I want it." Liu's face changed, his expression ugly as he said, "This, the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella is my Clearwater Bodhidharma's precious treasure. It can't be easily given to people. If handed to Brother Yi, I'll definitely be heavily punished after going back." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If you don't hand it to me, you'll suffer a heavy punishment right now." Liu was silent for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to Brother Yi." His hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart was already heinous. But the circumstances were stronger than people. He had no choice but to lower his head right now. Liu secretly swore in his heart. After going out, he would definitely request his elders to take action and exterminate this hateful punk. At once, Liu did not hesitate either, calling in the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella and wiped away his divine soul imprint, and gave this quasi-emperor level Empyrean spirit treasure to Yi Yuan just like this. Done with all these, the time limit for golden needles piercing acupoints finally arrived as well. The Empyreans present wailed out, all collapsing from exhaustion. But being able to preserve their lives was already very good. This bit of agony was naturally no big deal. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing acupoint technique was extremely profound. It only made them collapse from exhaustion and did not cause any damage to their bodies or cultivation. This way, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella, arrived before Liu, and said coolly, "The time is up. I can send you on your way." Liu's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, You played me?" Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. "That's right, played you. Wanting the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was merely to drag it out. Do you think that without you, I won't be able to wipe away your divine sense imprint? Ever since absorbing the large amount of Sea of Law that time, the soul-suppressing pearl already completely advanced. It became a heavenly emperor's spirit treasure. With the soul-suppressing pearl's current strength, wouldn't wiping away Liu's divine sense imprint still be easily accomplished? The reason why he played the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity was merely to prevent a cornered dog from biting, that was all. Liu was incomparably ashamed and resentful and roared furiously, If you dare kill me, Clearwater Bodhidharma won't let you off." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what? You taunted and jeered along the way, I couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. But when you attempted to kill the Abyss Monster Leader, your time of death arrived." Yi Yuan was not someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance, but if Liu killed the Devil Monster Leader, it would be equivalent to severing hopes of finding Liu. He could not tolerate this. Liur's life or death was unknown. Yi Yuan was in a heavy mood to begin with. Liu provoked him time and again. He originally could not be bothered to haggle over it. But in the end, he actually repaid kindness with ingrat. One tooed and wanted to kill the devil monster leader. One had to know Yi Yuan was their group's life savior. Liu was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, but at this time, he was already a fish on the chopping board. So how could he still have the strength to resist Yi Yuan? Currently, Liu's divine essence had been exhausted. He did not have any spare strength to protect his body at all. A cold light flashed. Liu perished, his Tao dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock, being shocked by Yi Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. A sixth firmament Empyrean, Clearwater Bodhidharma's future heavenly emperor powerhouse, was blotted out by Yi Yuan just like that. Those Clearwater Bodhidharma Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of Yi Yuan transferring his anger onto them. Who knew that Yi Yuan turned around and walked toward the Abyss Monster Leader? The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of terror. This human brat was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was clearly different from other humans, aware of where the weakness of abyss monsters lay. Detaining his tarnished black devil crystal, even if he had monstrous strength, he was also a piece of junk now. Human brat, give up. This Empyrean won't tell you what you want to know. It's impossible for the abyss monsters to submit to humans. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. Is that so? Yi Yuan suddenly grabbed, holding the tarnished black devil crystal in his hand. Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. The monster leader's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This human was actually absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He could actually absorb the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He only felt that the strength in his body was being extracted bit by bit. Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the tarnished black devil crystal was not fast, but this way, the monster leader's fear would gradually magnify. You rest assured. I won't devour all of your strength. When your strength drops to the true G-O-D realm, I'll release your seal and let you go back. I think that your companions should be very happy to see you then, Yi Yuan said coolly. The monster leader's body shuddered again, its gaze full of terror. The monster leader cried out, You're a demon! Yi Yuan had lived for more than 10 years in the Dragon Eye Cave, and had killed before no idea how many abyss monsters. How could he not know their habits and characteristics? The abyss monster world was 100 times, 1,000 times crueler than the human world. The rise of a sixth firmament Empyrean devil leader followed the wake of countless slaughter and suppression. When those companions of his see his strength fall to true G-O-D realm, his outcome would be unbelievably wretched. Yi Yuan ignored the devil leader. He just quietly absorbed the power in the tarnished black devil crystal. True suffering was not dying all at once, but the process of quietly waiting for death. Terror spread in the devil leader's body little by little. The other Empyreans all quietly watched Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. They could feel that the devil leader's aura was diminished. Hi+ing bit by bit, while Yi Yuan's aura was growing stronger little by little. Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the devil monster leader's strength to increase his own strength. Just what kind of freak was this guy? Finally, the devil monster leader could not endure this kind of despairing feeling and broke down. I'll talk. I beg you, stop absorbing. Chapter 2189. Continuing forward. Chapter 2189. Continuing forward. Listening entirely to the news from the devil monster leader, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Liur did not die. But Liur was captured. These abyss monsters were actually going to send Liur into the abyss S.P.A.C. With the devil monster's level, he did not know the reasons involved. The human powerhouses who fell into the Black Flame Cave previously were already all devoured by the abyss monsters. Only left Lier alone. There were clearly more unknown secrets involved. Although it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing Abyss S.P.A.C. this place, there was no need to guess that he also knew that the place was the abyss monster's main camp. If Lier went there, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would also be hard to rescue her. Yi Yuan knew that this Abyss S.P.A.C. definitely had immensely powerful existences. Otherwise, why would those Dragon Clan major powers suppress in the depths of the Dragon Eye Cave? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. At this time, Zheng Yufeng went up and consoled him. Zheng Yufeng said, "Brother Yi, junior apprentice Sister Mengli will be blessed by the heavens and definitely turn calamities into blessings." Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and nodded slightly as he said, "Senior apprentice Brother Zheng, thank you for your auspicious blessings. Arriving here, I believe that everyone also knows the situation in the Black Flame Cave. Continuing to advance further, I'm afraid that everyone won't be able to return anymore. It ends here then." The few leaders nodded one after another, all agreeing with Yi Yuan's view. This D.A.M. N place they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already currently be dead until dregs did not remain. Zheng Yufeng let out a sigh and said, "There's only like this." Suddenly, Lin Chongqing rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward! Do you plan on leaving junior apprentice Sister Mengli here alone?" Everyone cast strange gazes toward Lin Chongqing. Yi Yuan's choice was naturally the wise choice. Continuing forward at this time, what could he do apart from sending himself to death? Lin Chongqing's action was a little too impulsive and without due consideration. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Chongqing and said to the few leaders with clasped hands, "Gentlemen, we'll part here." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Zheng Yufeng asked probingly, "Brother Yi, you aren't leaving together with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lier is in danger. How can this Yi look on with folded arms? Even if I lose this life, this Yi will also have to rescue her." At this time, tenderness revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes made the group of Empyreans cast sidelong glances too. Only then did everyone know that Yi Yuan's meaning was that they should leave, while he would stay. What a lovesick man! Zheng Yufeng was taken aback and urged, "Brother Yi, it is not that this Zheng isn't concerned about junior apprentice Sister Mengli. Didn't you also see it? Continuing forward is certain death. Is such a thing that brings destruction on yourself worth it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's not worth it or not, only willing or not. Gentlemen, let's part here." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and turned around and left. Lin Chongqing was frozen on the spot. Abruptly startling awake, he took quick steps and caught up to Yi Yuan. "I'll go too," Lin Chongqing said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing and said calmly, "If I go myself, there's a fraction of assurance. Bringing you, this fraction will be gone. If you insist on following and sending yourself to doom, I have no objections either. But don't follow me." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The meaning of his words was already very clear. You could only get in the way if you follow. Lin Chongqing's complexion turned deathly pale with a whoosh, feeling all the strength in his body being drained. If it were before, if anyone dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely have sent a slap over. But now, after witnessing Yi Yuan's series of inconceivable means, his confidence was long demoralized until it was battered black and blue. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, I got it." Finished talking, Lin Chongqing turned around, his back view being indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing's back view and shook his head slightly. He understood Lin Chongqing's thoughts. It was just too bad that no one could understand his knot with Lier. Lin Chongqing could only be a Serbai. Jing Yufeng also sighed slightly. Toward this scene, he had nothing to say as well. To talk about Lin Chongqing, he was absolutely exceptionally gifted, being the most unequivocally talented among them apprentice brothers. It was just a shame that his opponent was Yi Yuan. In front of such a monster, so what even if one's talent was any greater? Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and gradually vanished from everyone's line of sight. Jing Yufeng and the rest did not dare to stay too long either, withdrawing one after another. After an hour, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and asked the devil monster leader, "Do you have a name?" The devil monster leader trembled and said, "This lowly one is called Mosius." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "From today onward, you're my slave. Now, let's sign the devil-devouring contract." Mosius's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even knew about the devil-devouring contract. How could he know that Yi Yuan had killed countless abyss monsters in the Dragon Eye Cave and had long thoroughly grasped some information about the abyss monsters? This devil-devouring contract was similar to the slave contract of humans. Once the contract was formed, the abyss monster would unconditionally obey the other party and become the other party's slave. If there was the thought of resisting, they would immediately get a backlash from the contract and die, with their outcome being extremely miserable. Under normal circumstances, even if abyss monsters were to die, they would not sign a devil-devouring contract too. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's methods, Mosius could not refrain from shuddering. "Even if we signed a devil-devouring contract, you also can't possibly rescue that human girl. Further in are all late-stage Empyrean lords. There are even heavenly Emperor-level lords holding down the fort. If you go, there's no hope at all." Mosius gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "That's not something that you should be worried about. You can choose to die or sign a devil-devouring contract with me. Dignity, this thing, once lost, then it would be lost again and again." Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, Mosius finally still signed the devil-devouring contract with Yi Yuan. "Master!" Mosius lay P.R.O.N.E. in front of Yi Yuan, his attitude being incomparably humble and polite. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly his aura changed. Thick devilish energy poured out of Yi Yuan's body and wrapped his entire person up. Thick black fur also grew on Yi Yuan's body. He looked exactly like an abyss monster. Abyss monsters had no common form. Humanoid shapes were also not in the minority. "And Master, this is too inconceivable." Mosius was shocked until he could not use words to describe it any longer. A human actually became an abyss monster with a sway of his body. Even he, this sixth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, could not differentiate the truth in the slightest. What kind of existence was this master of his? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can your heavenly emperor powerhouses differentiate my appearance?" Mosius shook his head hard and said, "Absolutely impossible to tell. All of the characteristics on Master's body are identical with abyss monsters. They absolutely can't differentiate Master from abyss monsters." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's good then. You take these tarnished black devil crystals and recover your cultivation as fast as possible." Chapter 2190. 1,000 Years in a Blink. Chapter 2190. 1,000 years in a blink. Along the way, the devilish energy gradually grew thicker. In the surroundings, some powerful auras appeared at times, and then disappeared. These auras were much stronger than even Mosius's. Yi Yuan followed him. It was smooth along the way. There were countless checkpoints they had to pass through. The two people finally arrived at a small-scale city. When a guard saw Mosius, he asked, "Mosius, not garrisoning your own territory, what are you doing here?" Yi Yuan noticed that the guards here were all Empyrean-level powerhouses. Mosius hurriedly answered, "I'm here to meet Lord Menya. There's an important matter to report." The guard's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Moses explained, "He's my subordinate. This important information was discovered by him." The guard said coolly, "Lord Minya is currently trying to cheer the divine daughter up. I'm afraid that he doesn't have time to meet you. You go to the courier station to rest first and await summons." Moses was taken aback and said, "Divine daughter? What divine daughter?" The guard smiled and said, "You still don't know? It's that human female who was captured. Great sage Nine Origin said that she's the divine race's divine daughter and is to be sent to the abyss world. Otherwise, how can she possibly live until now?" Yi Yuan's heart shook wildly when he heard that. How did Li become a divine daughter? Also, what the hell was this divine race? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart was in an upheaval. It was as if this matter concerned some earth-shattering secrets. "Your Excellency, this lowly one has a way to coax that human divine daughter to cheer up," Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard was taken aback and said, "You really have a way? The divine daughter kicks up a row daily about wanting to return to the human race. It's no use no matter how Lord Minya persuades her. His head is almost exploding. If you really have a way, that will be a major achievement." Yi Yuan said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will definitely accomplish it." The guard said, "All right then, you guys go to the courier station first. I'll go and report to Lord Minya." Moses brought him to the courier station. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The abyss monsters here were no longer disorganized like he had seen before. On the contrary, the abyss monsters in this city were like an army. A city, courier station, guards, these were not things that a race like the abyss monsters would have. Although the intelligence of abyss monsters was rather high, their world leaned more toward fierce beasts. The weak were prey and the strong feasts, and the strong survived. Also, hearing about the divine race and the divine daughter, what kind of place was this abyss spac? Asking Moses, he was not clear either. With his status, he could not come into contact with these at all. Moses was just a weakling who was banished outside. He took orders from Menya, and Menya brought him here. That was all. Also, there was this region of spac. No matter how Yi Yuan looked, why did it seem like a sundered boundary connecting the abyss spac and the heavenspan world? Since the Dragon Clan was suppressing the abyss spac, it showed that that place was the only passageway. Then what was the deal with this place? For some time, countless doubts and suspicions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. Not long after, that guard came to the courier status and found Yi Yuan. When Menya heard that Yi Yuan could cheer the divine daughter up, he was overjoyed and made Yi Yuan go over at once. When Menya saw Yi Yuan, he asked with uncertainty, "You can make the divine daughter feel at ease and stay?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Lord Minya, rest assured. Not completing the mission, this lowly one will carry my head to see you." Menya's eyes lit up and he said with a big laugh, "Good. If you can make the divine daughter set her mind at rest and stay, this emperor will give you great rewards." Finished talking, Menya brought Yi Yuan and arrived at a stone house. The stone house was very spac, but the moment Yi Yuan got close, he discovered that a lot of restrictions were laid down in the perimeter. These restrictions, Yi Yuan actually had never seen them before. They were very profound. Clearly, this was in order to prevent Lier from running. Upon entering the door, 2 items flew over with a whoosh. Inside the house, a woman's angry yell came over, "Scram! I asked you all to get lost. Are you all deaf?" But these words sounded like the most moving honeyed words in Yi Yuan's ears. How many years had he not heard this voice already? This separation was already close to 2,000 years. Time did not wear away his feelings but made longing converge into a sea instead. When that beautiful figure landed in his eyes, Yi Yuan's heart that was firm as stone also melted. Sniff, sniff. Big brother Yuan, Lier can't see you ever again. Sorry, really sorry. Lier didn't do it on purpose. After the tantrum, Lier lay on the table, crying her heart out. Yi Yuan's heart quivered, practically about to shed tears. In his impression, Lier was good-natured and lovely, graceful and dignified. She would never be so irascible. But now, she knew that this departure would be eternal separation. That kind of hopeless feeling poured out from the depths of her heart. That was why she would become like this. Menya had a depressed look. These few days, he was suffering Yu Mengli's fury. Menya gave Yi Yuan a look. Yi Yuan got the meaning and moved a few steps forward, bowing as he said, Lord Divine Daughter, this lowly one has good news to tell you. Yu Mengli suddenly exploded and roared angrily. I don't want to hear any good news. You get lost from me. You ugly fellow, scram for me. Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes. The boundless rage suddenly became tranquility. Yi Yuan bowed his body, but a pair of eyes met with Yu Mengli's. One look was sufficient between him and Lier. Although this abyss monster in front of her, from external form, looking at the aura, she completely did not recognize, but no idea why, this look immediately made her quieten down. Why did this look so familiar? Why did this look so alike Big Brother Yuan's? He was clearly an abyss monster, so why? Lier's entire person turned stiff there. Menya's gaze flickered. There was a chance. Yu Mengli's reaction was also quick, her pretty face turning cold as she said, What good news, say? Yi Yuan grinned and said, The human race that side sent people to come and find Divine Daughter. Yu Mengli's heart quivered and she said, What happened to them? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, What else can there be? They were naturally sent packing by Lord Mosius. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed and she reproached, You this fellow, deliberately showing off in front of me, is it? The moment Menya heard that things were going wrong, he hurriedly scolded, You'd, thing intentionally using this news to anger Divine Daughter? But who knew that Yu Mengli waved her hand and said to Menya, Forget it, you withdraw first. Since there's that side's news, I want to hear him say. Menya hurriedly answered and withdrew. As long as this ancestor stopped kicking up a row, all would be fine and right with the world. Leaving Yi Yuan behind to chat with her also seemed to be a pretty good choice. He was not scared of Yi Yuan bringing Yu Mengli and running away either. After all, the restrictions here were laid down from Lord Nine Origin. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse could forget about escape from here too. The moment Menya left, Yu Mengli's gaze looked at Yi Yuan somewhat blurry as she said, The look in your eyes is very similar to an old friend of mine. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, chaos world power quietly releasing, wrapping him and Lier up inside. Chapter 2191. Escape. Chapter 2191. Escape. The black fur subsided. His divine essence quietly changed. Inside the chaos world, Yi Yuan recovered his original look. When Lier saw this magical scene, her beautiful body shuddered, with her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since being captured, Yu Mengli had been living in despair and fear every day. Fear toward the future, fear toward the unknown. She knew that she could not see Yi Yuan anymore. But, in the midst of this despair, Yi Yuan actually broke through the layers of blockades and shackles, and then he arrived in front of her. Her shock could be imagined. Surprise, worry, longing, countless emotions interweaved in Yu Mengli's heart. Big brother Yuan, I'm not dreaming, right? Yu Mengli's eyes were blurred by tears, as if she was in a dream. Yi Yuan walked forward and lightly hugged Lier as he said, Of course it isn't a dream. Big brother Yuan came to fetch you home. I even thought that I won't ever see you anymore. Sniff, sniff, 10 years of despair, being SN. ATC, head from the jaws of death, the agitation in Yu Mengli's heart currently simply could not be controlled. Her state of mind was like grabbing onto a piece of driftwood before drowning. That sort of agitation was simply hard to put into words. How could Yi Yuan not know Yu Mengli's feelings? He did not speak either, just lightly hugging her like this as he said, "Cry. It will feel a little better after crying out." No idea how long pass said either, the crying gradually stopped. Only then did Yu Mengli slowly lift her head. She looked at Yi Yuan as she said, "Big brother Yuan is sorry." Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away the tears and said with a light smile, "Silly girl, is there still a need to say this sort of words between you and me? There's no need to say anything. I understand. These 2,000 years of scrambling, who did Yu Mengli do it for? Of course it was for him, Yi Yuan. As for this kind of outcome, it was naturally not what Lier hoped for either. How could Yi Yuan blame it on her? One sentence, 2,000 years of grievances, all melted away. After feeling sad, Yu Mengli felt even more shocked. With her current second firmament Empyrean strength, she actually could not see through Yi Yuan's cultivation. "Big brother Yuan, is this your world? It seems to be different." Only at this time did Yu Mengli notice it. She saw the surrounding scenery and discovered that it was greatly different from ordinary small world. She was rather surprised. Just what kind of boundary had Yi Yuan reached at the moment? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, my world is called Chaos World. It's indeed different from ordinary small worlds. I'll tell you about this again in the future. We have to think of a way to get out of here first." Yu Mengli shook her head and said, "Big brother Yuan, I know that you're very impressive, but it's no use. This room's restrictions were laid down by the divine race's 9 origin. His strength is unfathomable." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Just what kind of race is this divine race? Why would you become their divine daughter?" Yu Mengli said, "They said that the divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Hence, they call themselves as the divine race. The divine race has a S.E. population, but each one is unbelievably powerful. As for me, I don't know either, but it might be related to my spirit and body fusing into one." When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help knitting tightly together. A race blessed by heaven. Such high-sounding sentiments. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they both did not dare to utter such big talk. Then why would this divine race get mixed up with the abyss monsters? Yi Yuan said, "Abyss monsters take pride in serving the divine race, and they obey the divine race absolutely. As for the relations, Hi+P between them, I don't know." Yu Mengli clearly did not know much either. But Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Abyss monsters were extremely strong, far surpa same rank humans. But such a proud race actually bowed their heads in submission toward the divine race. It could be seen that this divine race was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "The restrictions here are extremely powerful. Even SPAC is sealed. But as long as we leave this house, I have confidence in bringing you out." Lier revealed a difficult look as she said, "But they won't let me go out of this house at all." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Relax, leave it to me." Exiting the stone house and switching on the restrictions, Menya let out a long sigh in relief. "Hoo-hoo, Moses, this brat that you brought is pretty good. If he can coax Divine Daughter, you will be considered to have rendered a major accomplishment. At that time, this emperor will transfer you to the divine capital." Menya looked at Moses with a look of praise. These few days, Yu Mengli's performance gave him a terrible headache. Today, he could finally heave a sigh in relief. He was naturally very satisfied with this kid, who performed pretty well. Moses said sincerely, "Sharing Lord Menya's burdens is Moses' honor." Menya nodded slightly and said coolly, "These few days, Lord Nine Origin has been handling the matter of the 2 worlds PAS Sageway. I reckon that it's almost time. Once the 2 worlds PAS Sageway is secured, we'll be able to send Divine Daughter into the Abyss SPAC. "Oh right, what were you looking for me for?" Moses said, subordinate came to report to Lord Minya that these few days, there was another batch of human powerhouses who entered the Pa's Sageway again. This batch of human powerhouses was very strong, but they were still beaten off by us. But this time, this subordinate only had a Pyrrhic victory, the casualties being extremely heavy. Menya's 2 eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "You this fellow, turns out that you're complaining to this emperor about being hard up. Relax. Later, I'll transfer some manpower from the other outer region commanders there to you." Moses was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Menya." Menya chuckled and said, "Want to thank this kid that you brought? If he placates the divine daughter, what does this minor matter count for?" The abyss monster race was quite unruly. Making them deal with women, it was simply even more torturous than going down to the 18th level of H.E.L. to Menya. Yi Yuan's appearance today completely liberated him. So how could he not be happy? This way, he also did not have his former airs when talking to Moses, and he was very cordial. No idea how long had said either. Movements came from inside. "Lord Menya, Divine Daughter has already agreed to stay. She says that she has something to tell Lord Menya. Lord Menya, please come in." Inside the stone house, there was a restriction that transmitted one's voice outside. Yi Yuan's voice came from inside. The moment Menya heard, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly opening up the restrictions. The moment the stone door opened, Menya was about to enter the stone house. But right at this time, he suddenly discovered something amiss. There was no abyss monster in the house, but an additional human. Menya immediately felt that it was not good and was about to erupt. However, it was already too late. "Immobilize!" Yi Yuan bellowed, the vital energy in his body surging crazily. With this time freeze, he virtually used all of his strength. Instantaneously, the power of heavenly Tao restrained Menya. However, Menya was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He was far from what the current Yi Yuan could immobilize. Tao marks swam on his body. He was about to burst through the fetters of time freeze in a moment. However, Yi Yuan only needed this brief moment. When he opened his mouth, spatial law was already set in motion, bringing Lier and teleporting outside of the stone house. Spatial node technique. Yi Yuan brought Lier and Moses, executing the spatial node technique, returning to Moses' territory in an instant. Chapter 2192, Come and Fight. Chapter 2192, Come and Fight. This series of actions was natural and smooth, being unbelievably fast. From executing the immobilizing art to teleporting out, to executing the spatial node technique, it was just the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan had long calculated everything. When Menya broke through the constraints, he would have already slipped away long ago. Menya was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. Although he was extremely strong, the constraints of time freeze on him were still a little useful. What Yi Yuan needed was just that instant. Returning to Moses's territory, he displayed the greater teleportation art again. It was impossible for a heavenly emperor to catch up to him within a short time too. As long as they escaped outside of the Black Flame Cave, those abyss monsters would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Go! Upon landing, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly bringing the two people and executing greater teleportation. Although this Black Flame Cave was large, with Yi Yuan's current spatial law, teleporting out was merely the matter of a few breaths of time. 3 people traversed through SPAC and could see the Black Flame Cave's entrance in several breaths of time. Seeing the blue sky outside of the Black Flame Cave, Lier's face revealed a look of wild elation. She did not think that she could actually return to the Heavenspan world. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, urging spatial law to the limit. He was not worried about Menya, who he was worried about was that divine race powerhouse. He had never seen before divine race powerhouses and did not know how strong divine race powerhouses were. If there were any variables to his plan, it would likely lie on this divine race powerhouse. The entrance got closer bit by bit, but Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more ragged. 100,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The entrance was right before their eyes. Yi Yuan three people could already see the angry Nether River outside. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying fist force tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Bang! The void trembled. Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art was actually directly broken. The three people fell. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his head. A figure was standing above the entrance area. Because of the lighting, it could not be seen distinctly. This figure stood with his hands behind his back. The gaze that looked down from a great height showed disdain upon the three people. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, only to see that the other party's figure was no different from ordinary humans. But the aura exuding off his body was actually quite similar to heavenly Tao, and on his body, one fine line after another entwined around. Tao mark. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression incomparably solemn. Powerful. A might that made people suffocate. This kind of might actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. Seeing this person, Liur's eyes revealed a look of despair. Nine Origin. This person was the divine race powerhouse, Nine Origin. Divine daughter, follow Nine Origin back. The divine race is your home. Nine Origin said expressionlessly. Yumengli bit her lips lightly and shook her head and said, I'll never go back. Nine Origin sighed lightly, but turned to Yi Yuan and said, You're the Yi Yuan that the divine daughter spoke of? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, That's right. It's me. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, Entered the divine capital alone and brought divine daughter out under layers of experts. I've got to say, you're very outstanding. If I wasn't around, you'd likely really succeed. It's just too bad that you have to die. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yumengli's gaze and she said, If Big Brother Yuan dies, I won't drag out an ignorable existence either. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, Not killing him also works, you go back to the abyss with me. Yumengli said without the slightest hesitation, Fine, I'll go with you guys. As she said, one powerful aura after another gathered over from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan three people tightly. Menya rushed over first. Kneeling down in front of Nine Origin with a thud, he said in fear and trepidation, Great sage Nine Origin, Menya deserves death. Nine Origin said coolly, Give me a reason not to kill you. Menya's entire body trembled, recounting the events previously in detail. When Nine Origin heard, his brows could not help furrowing. He was previously consolidating the spatial channel and felt the fluctuations in S.P. A.C., that was why he would take action. If not, Yi Yuan would have long already brought Liur and escaped at this time. Hence, he was also very enraged at the Menya who was guarding Yumengli. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such miraculous means, to actually be able to bring Divine Daughter away with such a bizarre method. Even with Nine Origin's hallowedness, he also could not help secretly feeling lucky at this time. Just a little bit and Yi Yuan would have succeeded. Uncle Nine Origin, what's going on? At this time, a young man stepped on air and came over, arriving beside Nine Origin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This young man's aura was the same as Nine Origin's, also of the divine race. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, It's Xian? Xian, someone wants to bring away the divine daughter. Luckily, this was stopped by me. Xian's eyes turned to Yi Yuan and he said with a frown, It's this lowly human? Nine Origin nodded and said, That's right. Xian had a look of disdain as he said, Lowly humans all deserve to die. Blaspheming the divine daughter is even committing a crime upon crimes. Menya, why haven't you taken action? Menya had a ferocious look on his face. He was incredibly furious with Yi Yuan. An exalted heavenly emperor was actually played by a human. Furthermore, it was even a human who was much lower realm than him. Yes, Lord Divine Son. Menya kowtowed in reply and was about to make a move. Nine Origin shook his head and said, Divine Daughter agreed to go with us, so let him leave. Divine Daughter, can you leave with us now? Yumengli looked at Yi Yuan, a look of reluctance to part. But she had no choice but to leave. If she did not go, with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no hope of walking out of this place at all. It was missing just this one final step. Yumengli smiled bitterly and painfully in her heart. Big brother Yuan, take care. Tears fell down the corners of Yumengli's eyes. However, at that moment she turned around, a hand grabbed her. Big brother Yuan? Yumengli was taken aback. Yi Yuan smiled. Smiled very radiantly. But it carried a hint of heroism and sorrow. He and Lier had their hearts linked up, so how could she not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Yeah, with Yi Yuan's personality, how could he possibly watch her leave and not do anything? Yi Yuan looked at Nine Origin and said with a cold smile, So what if divine race? Today, I'm going to battle this divine race. Want to bring Lier away, can. Step over my dead body. How can I, Yi Yuan, stand behind my woman and wag my tail pitifully? Nine Origin's gaze flickered slightly and did not speak. Xian's mouth curled and he said contemptuously, You've got some backbone, but what right does a weakling like you have to say this? You are only fit to stand behind women and wag your tail pitifully. This divine son wants to see how tough your bones are. Done talking, Xian gave a look. Menya understood this signal. It was only to see him reach his hand out. He beckoned, and then several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters directly surrounded Yi Yuan. 3 people tightly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, Lier, you go out first. Yumengli knew that this was probably Yi Yuan's fight with the least chance of victory to this day. Even when facing Kanua back then, Yi Yuan also had a glimmer of hope. But the person Yi Yuan was facing today was Nine Origin, a supreme powerhouse. Big brother Yuan, you be careful. Forcefully enduring tears, Yumengli withdrew out of the battlefield. Yi Yuan released his aura and yelled coldly, Come and fight. Chapter 2193, Kill, Kill, Kill. Chapter 2193, Kill, Kill, Kill. Come and fight. The 3 words being spat out of Yi Yuan's mouth were akin to evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, reverberating in the entire sundered boundary. The domineering aura made Yi Yuan look akin to a god of war. He was not to be profaned. Not a single person actually dared to step forward. Several hundred Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely an extremely terrifying force in the outside world. Such a lineup could practically take down the vast majority of great imperial capitals in the Heavenspan world already. But now, they were intimidated by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan drew the bone sword and stood proudly among them, with the heroism and sorrow of a warrior who would never return again. He understood that this was just that first wave. But he did not care. Why should he, Yi Yuan, fear a battle? Xian's brows furrowed tightly, clearly very dissatisfied with these abyss monsters' performance. What are you all still waiting for? Want this divine son to personally take action? Xian yelled coldly. Only then did those abyss monsters seem to go crazy, charging over toward Yi Yuan. Several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, there were even quite a number of 4th and 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters among them. What kind of terrifying force was this? Yi Yuan's bone sword drew a line, sword hollow etch suddenly attacking. With one exchange, 3 first and second firmament Empyrean-level abyss monsters died under the sword. But it was also this instant that Yi Yuan fell into the sea of monsters. All around him was surrounded fully by powerful attacks. It was just that these attacks were nothing to Yi Yuan. Under spatial law, he could easily avoid this degree of attack. Those he had to truly be careful about were 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. because these existences could hurt him. Under such a chaotic battle, it was impossible for Yi Yuan's spatial law to completely avoid injuries. After all, the strength of Fifth Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters was too strong. Yi Yuan's sword swam like a wandering dragon, wandering among the horde, coming and leaving as it pleased. Places that it arrived at, it would reap the lives of those low-level abyss monsters mercilessly. True, a sword crossing the void. True sword hollow etch. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Yi Yuan executed one move after another, and he actually killed many of them until the monster horde was in a great FLU. Esther Xian frowned, clearly being very dissatisfied with the performance of the abyss monsters. Humph! Truly a bunch of useless things. So many Empyreans actually can't do anything to a second Firmament Empyrean, Xian said with a cold snort. But Nine Origin was not like him. Instead, he said rather interestedly, Xian, this punk isn't weak. Furthermore, this punk is odd. Xian said with disdain, so what? In front of the divine race, the human race is merely an ant that will crumble at the first blow. Nine Origin shook his head and said, this boy is greatly different. Did you notice it? He's completing battles after battles, absorbing the power of the tarnished black devil crystals. How sharp were Nine Origin's eyes. Although Yi Yuan did it covertly, he saw it clearly. With each abyss monster he killed, he would SN ATC H the tarnished black devil crystal over and secretly absorb its power. But at this time, Yi Yuan's speed of absorption was 10 times than normal. The current Yi Yuan could not care about whatever realm stability anymore. He had to rapidly increase his strength right now. He had to nurture his strength through constant battles, and he would then break through to the peak initial stage chaos realm in the midst of the process. Initial stage chaos realm did not have a bottleneck. As long as he kept on absorbing, he could increase his strength rapidly. At present, his realm was currently swiftly rising toward the peak chaos realm. Hence, even though the battle was fierce, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence did not reduce, but it increased instead, his strength skyrocketing. Xian's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, how can it be possible? Humans will explode and die from absorbing devilish energy. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, what's strange about this? Even though I don't know what cultivation method this boy is using, he can actually simulate the aura of abyss monsters and hoodwink everyone. It's sufficient to indicate his formidable aspect. Xian's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, how can it be possible? This sort of thing, even our divine race can't accomplish it. Nine Origin smiled and said, the man that can make Divine Daughter take a fancy to is bound to be extraordinary. Of course, he's naturally much worse compared to Divine Son. Only after hearing this did Xian's expression become much better. That's of course. Our divine race is this world's strongest race to begin with, while each of our branches divine sons and daughters, they are all distinguished talents among peers, absolutely powerful existences. How many cruel battles has this divine son experienced before I have today's position? Just based on him, a mere human, what qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath with this divine son? Nine Origin smiled slightly, clearly very much in approval of this. He knew that for Xian to be able to have today's achievements, that was relying on absolute strength, Cruz. Plusing his peers and standing proudly above all heroes. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this time, Nine Origin suddenly turned to Yu Mengli. Taking a step, he arrived in front of her. Stop! Yu Mengli shouted coldly. Nine Origin smiled and said, Divine Daughter, Nine Origin has already promised to let him go. It was him who isn't willing. Can you go with me now? Yu Mengli smiled coldly and said, don't you think about it? My divine essence has already spread throughout my entire body. As long as you move, I'll explode and die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Origin's brows furrowed. He did not think that Divine Daughter was actually so decisive. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Forget it, carry on watching then." At this time, the battle already entered a white-hot stage. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind, killing with each move, and already killed several dozen abyss monsters. His realm already closed in on peak initial stage Chaos Realm. But by the side, Menya was in a thunderous rage, and let loose a torrent of abuse towards the subordinates below. "Are you all a bunch of pigs? So many Empyreans actually can't deal with a puny little human." He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouse existences could not touch Yi Yuan at all, and were brought around in circles by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan was like a sharp blade, places that he said through, he would wantonly reap lives. Seeing that the situation was not good, Menya roared loudly, "All of you go down for this emperor, kill this boy." He was speaking to the dozen over 6th Firmament Empyrean commanders. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. Finally, he reached peak initial stage Chaos Realm. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yi Yuan roared thrice, stepped onto the void, the spirit of the true dragon emerging. Heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. The spirit of the true dragon trampling down, the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, the void trembling. Below 5th Firmament Empyrean, they were actually all smashed to death by this foot. One foot crushed more than 100 Empyrean abyss monsters to death. 6th Firmament Empyreans had yet to take the stage, and those 5th Firmament Empyrean powerhouses were already frightened until they retreated to one side. There was only Yi Yuan alone on the battlefield, being the last one standing. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Even those 6th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters who were just planning on going down, they were actually all cowed into not moving forward. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god, giving people a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. The arrogant and unyielding abyss monsters were also suppressed by Yi Yuan in aura. Consecutively slaying several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, not only his imposing momentum did not diminish, it rose to another high instead. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's word pointed at the firmament and he glared furiously as he roared, "A bunch of ants, to dare claim to be exalted, come again!" Chapter 2194. Battling Divine Sun. Chapter 2194. Battling Divine Sun. This was a battle without hope, but Yi Yuan's arrogance made heaven and earth terrified. Even for a powerhouse like Origin, the look of disdain on his face gradually faded away too. What replaced it was a hint of respect. Yi Yuan was not a god. Under the attacks of several hundred Empyreans that spanned the sky, even if he was proficient in spatial law, he already sustained considerable injuries too. But this did not affect his Astonies. Plus-ing imposing momentum in the least bit. "Kill for me. You fools, do you want to anger this emperor to death? He's just one person. Only one person." Menya was enraged until he stomped his feet and roared at his subordinates. Those 5th and 6th Firmament Empyrean devil monster commanders also seemed to feel ashamed, all roaring and charging toward Yi Yuan. At this time, the abyss monsters' numbers plummeted sharply, but it scaled new heights in terms of quality. Without a bunch of initial stage Empyreans dragging down, but gained a batch of even stronger 6th Firmament Empyreans. How daunting was this kind of strength! Several dozen black figures dashed over from all directions, virtually without dead angles. The powerful aura practically sealed off all of the S.P.A.C. An attack without dead angles. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Xian's mouth. Dead. No matter how impressive his spatial law is, he'd definitely die without a doubt under this strike too. Xian said with a cold smile. He pondered about it. If he were Yi Yuan, under this kind of attack without the slightest blind spots, there would be no hope for survival. Immobilize. One word emerging, time froze. Everything around came to a standstill. The several dozen incomparably berserk abyss monsters were instantly immobilized in midair. No matter how formidable his strength was, no matter how many the numbers, under Heavenly Tao true word, it was to no avail too. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even Ninety Origin's pupils also shrunk, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for Menya to deceive him, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Tao true word, time freeze. This kind of thing, even he could not do it too. The Blee divine race could not do it too. This mere third firmament Empyrean human actually accomplished it? But at this moment, he finally understood why Yi Yuan could bring you Mengli and escape. Heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan shouted angrily, the divine dragon appearing once more. Upon trampling down, the fifth firmament Empyreans were immediately pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood. Not a single one survived. Sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters also scattered flying everywhere, all heavily injured. The combination of these two mighty dragon race innate divine abilities may be rated as invincible. If not for Yi Yuan's realm being too low, killing these abyss monsters would be no different from killing chickens too. But even so, this foot going down, 6 firmament Empyreans sustained serious injuries. At this moment, everyone deeply felt Yi Yuan's might. Even though there were many powerhouses here, there were quite a number of late-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters, and also the heavenly emperor-level Menya. There was even a supreme powerhouse like Nine Origin. But Yi Yuan, this third firmament Empyrean, still brought to them an indelible shock. Was it that abyss monsters were too weak? Of course not. It was just that Yi Yuan was too strong. However, Yi Yuan did not stop. Several dozen streaks of sword light instantly emerged, flying straight for those 6th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Poo, poo, poo. Those abyss monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, without the strength to battle anymore. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. One exchange, several dozen 5th firmament Empyreans died, and 6th firmament Empyreans were seriously injured on the brink of death. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed toward them. The tarnished black devil crystals were all sucked over by him. With his cultivation method revolving, streams of black energy poured into Yi Yuan's body like smoke. How is this possible? How can a puny human be so powerful? Just what kind of existence in this human? Between this human and Divine Son, who do you guys think is stronger or weaker? These abyss monsters could not refrain from thinking like this. Seemingly wanting to affirm what they were thinking, the tip of Yi Yuan's sword raised up, pointing at Xian as he called in a clear voice, "Divine race's Divine Son, is it? Don't you guys praise yourselves to be the race chosen by Gods? Do you dare to battle or not?" Yi Yuan was covered in blood from head to toe. Carrying the momentum of his initial victory, he was unrivaled and domineering, giving Xian an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xian's face fell, his gaze icy. A lowly human actually dared to provoke the mighty divine race. Truly reckless and blind. Humph! Ant-like thing, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me, Xian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and was full of scorn as he said, "Is it no qualification, or is it that you don't dare? Or is it that your might relies on these subordinates with profound cultivation realms?" His words were full of contempt and disdain. Xian's expression changed, his eyes spewing fire. Ninety Origin's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, "Xian, this boy is worthy of you taking action." Xian frowned and said, Uncle Nine Origin, I, Xin, growing until today, have experienced thousands of major and minor battles. I've never made a move against an opponent weaker than me before. This brat is only a third firmament Empyrean. What qualification does he have to have me take action? Nine Origin said, You've already witnessed his strength. You ask yourself, when at his realm, could you have done better than him? Xin choked when he heard that. Clearly, Nine Origin's words ked his sore spot. Then he heard Nine Origin slowly saying, Furthermore, I feel that this boy hasn't gone all out. Xion's face changed, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Even after using Heavenly Tao True Word, he still had not used his full strength? Xion's gaze flickered and he said, Fine. This divine son wants to see how much capability this brat has. Done talking, Xion's figure swayed and already arrived opposite of Yi Yuan. He looked at Yi Yuan using a gaze like looking at a dead person and said with a cold smile, Brat, this is you seeking death yourself. Don't blame me. Bring forth your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Whether you can make me bring out all of my strength or not will have to depend on your ability. Xion laughed coldly, the aura on his entire body fluctuated, the S.H.I plus RT on his upper body directly blowing off. On the defined muscles, 8 blue patterns swam indeterminately on his body, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Yi Yuan's gaze shrunk, slightly revealing a look of surprise. Lowly human, I'll let you understand how you die. What you humans cultivate is divine Tao, while what our divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. We don't need to comprehend Heavenly Emperor. As long as we inscribe Heavenly Tao on our bodies, we'll be able to mobilize Heavenly Tao. This divine son is currently at the middle stage 7-mark Heavenly Tao realm, which is also your middle stage Empyrean realm. With your strength, this divine son simply finds it beneath my dignity to take action. Xion had a proud look as he continued, Do you think that your Heavenly Tao True Word is very formidable? Hehe, I'm not afraid to tell you this. Each punch that we throw out, that's a punch of Heavenly Tao. What does Heavenly Tao True Word count for? Yi Yuan looked at Xion and said with a cold smile, Really so much C.R.A.P. Talking so much, is it to show off your sense of superiority? Sense of superiority is beaten out using fists, not through words from your mouth. Xion's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, Courting death. Swaz. H. Plus in a blink, Xion's figure disappeared. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Having no time to think, he directly slammed a punch out. Bang! A terrifying air billow rippled out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. Chapter 2195. Heavenly Tao Showdown. Chapter 2195. Heavenly Tao Showdown. Lord Divine Sun is mighty. Ant-like human, in front of Lord Divine Sun, you'll crumble at the first blow. Lord Divine Sun is well deserving of being the envoy of G.O.D., not to be blasphemed. The Abyss monsters were all incomparably excited, cheering joyfully. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously made each and every one of them somewhat doubt life. The divine race that they followed was the strongest race in this world. How could a mere ant-like human possibly be so strong? But now, Lord Divine Sun used unparalleled formidable strength to prove the divine race's might. Of course, they subconsciously neglected that Yi Yuan had just experienced a great battle. He faced several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters by himself. Saw that? This is the might of the divine race. We are the race blessed by heaven. Xian looked down upon Yi Yuan from a great height, his gaze full of disdain. This formidable punch sent Yi Yuan's innards into an upheaval. Crawling to his feet with difficulty, Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood foam and he grinned. A little interesting. This is the divine race? Since that's the case, Then you have a taste of my fist too. Your fist? Hohu Xian smiled disdainfully. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure swayed, arriving in front of Xian in an instant. A punch came out. Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. A punch similarly slammed out. Bang! Horrifying air billows spread out. Xian's body flew out akin to a cannonball, all the way until it mped into the mountain nearby before he stabilized his figure. All of the cheerings abruptly stopped. Ninety Origin's pupils constricted, with a hint of solemnness flash. Hi+ing across his eyes. From the start until now, his face finally revealed a solemn expression for the first time. It was only to see his gaze flicker. No idea what he was thinking about either. One punch returning a punch. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This punch did not cause much harm to him, but Yi Yuan's fist was odd. That punch just now seemed to be identical with his, similarly containing the lingering charm of heavenly Tao. But how was this possible? A human's ordinary punch actually contained heavenly Tao concept? In fact, this kind of heavenly Tao concept was even above his. It was as if Yi Yuan was the true heavenly Tao, while he was merely making use of heavenly Tao. That was all. When the fake met the real, the level was immediately established. How can you possibly mobilize the power of heavenly Tao? This isn't possible. Xian shouted angrily. This is my heavenly Tao, not your heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan grinned, saying something that was ambiguous. This was not the power of Heavenspan World's heavenly Tao. This was the punch where Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one, was also the energy source of his chaos world. In other words, this was his heavenly Tao. Xian's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Your heavenly Tao? Shameless boasting. I don't care about your whatever heavenly Tao. In front of power, everything is in vain. Done talking, Xian suddenly erupted. A punch of heavenly Tao flew over toward Yi Yuan's figure like a wild tempest. His movement technique traversed through the void, swift to the extreme. He was actually almost on par with Yi Yuan's spatial law. The two people came and went, traversing through the void, their speed swift to the extreme. Even those 7th and 8th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters actually could not see the two peoples fight clearly. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of the divine race's talent. Xian clearly did not understand spatial law, but he could borrow the power of heavenly Tao and complete S.P.A.C. traversing. But even though Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao was weak, it was a complete heavenly Tao. The power of his essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one made up for the difference in realm. The two people were evenly matched. In a few breaths, the two people had clashed no idea how many punches. The two people, each punch had the might of heavenly Tao, fighting until the entire sundered boundary started trembling. The expression on Ninety Origin's face became more and more solemn. Toward the end, killing intent even appeared. He did not think that this human who suddenly arrived actually had such formidable strength. Divine race matching up against the human race, they had never been defeated before in the same realm. They were the race blessed by heaven, naturally powerful. Their combat power was unparalleled under the heavens. The reason why humans were powerful was that their propagation ability was too strong, giving birth to countless experts, and not that they were individually powerful. But now, this human before his eyes actually fought to a draw with divine sun with an unstable cultivation realm of 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of being heavily injured. If this human grew up, he might become the greatest unforeseen accident to the divine race's grand plan. This boy must be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed above the void. Rumble! It was only to hear a loud bang. A figure fell down like a cannonball, being slammed underneath the ground. Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, akin to a fiend God, standing proudly in the sky. All the way until just now, Yi Yuan was still holding back. He mobilized the power of divine steel-injecting spirit and finally overpowered Xian a notch in terms of strength. Those abyss monsters, including a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Menya, all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. In the same rank, abyss monsters crushed humans. In the same rank, the divine beast crushed abyss monsters. Abyss monsters followed the divine beast not only because they represented heavenly fiend God, but because they were strong. But now, the existence that they viewed as undefeatable in their eyes was actually defeated? Freaking hell. Is this Emperor's eyesight failing? Lord Divine's son was actually defeated? Menya had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed. How is this possible? How can the divine race possibly lose? A human actually Serpa, as said the divine race? How can this sort of ridiculous thing possibly happen? Yi Yuan's combat strength completely subverted their understanding. The heaven-defying divine race actually lost to the lowly human race. This sort of thing, they found it hard to accept in terms of feelings. Bang! Right at this time, a figure rushed up to the sky from underground. Xian had a savage look, fire burning in his eyes, practically going to melt Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a lowly ant. This ant did not even have the qualifications to make him take action. But now, this lowly ant actually tramped the incomparably proud divine son underfoot. Someone that you looked down on, that you viewed as an ant, a person that you viewed as dust, defeated you. What kind of sense of humiliation could be stronger than this? And human, to be able to force this divine son to this step, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go to hell. Xian's two eyes were blood-red, the aura on his body surging to the sky. The blue Tao marks on his body turned into strands of fine thread, wrapping around him. An aura of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. It was as if Xian was heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth changed colors, the firmament trembled. This move is the strongest move that this divine son comprehended after experiencing 3,000 over major and minor battles. To be able to die under this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Xian looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan looked at Xian, his eyes calm. He slowly took out the bone sword, essence, energy, and spirit, three kinds of power, turned into three auras, wandering around him. I, Yi Yuan, don't need to borrow the power of heavenly Tao. I, Yi Yuan, am heavenly Tao. Chapter 2196. Why would I fear a fight? Chapter 2196. Why would I fear a fight? Yi Yuan held the bone sword in his hand. Amidst the fierce winds, he walked over slowly under the pressure of heavenly Tao. No matter how the wind and rain howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. However, Yi Yuan's commotion was far from as powerful as Xian's. It looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Ignorant fool! How can heavenly Tao be what you can imagine? Firmament with one thought. Xian threw a punch-out. It was as if heaven and earth fell down, cruise. Hi+ing the world. The power of this punch was powerful to the extreme. Under this punch, those abyss monsters actually trembled and knelt down. This is the true power of the divine race. Under this punch, everything will turn into nothingness. How can a mere human possibly understand it? Menya said agitatedly. Xian's punch made them find the confidence that they lost anew. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would definitely turn to ashes under this punch. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Yi Yuan's face was without any ripple like an ancient well. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak and fused into one. All of the power was poured entirely onto the bone sword. Chaos Essence One Breath Sword. Carrying the method to contract his strength, Yi Yuan's sword attacked fiercely. This was his pinnacle sword. The sword of great Tao. In front of this sword, what did the trace of heavenly Tao power that Xian borrowed count for? Bang! Bang! The void trembled. The terrifying power disappeared without a trace instantly. But Yi Yuan and Xian, two people, were completely unscathed. Because at this time, a figure stood between the two. That person was precisely Nine Origin. Just as the two people's Astonis, H.I.+ing strikes were about to collide, Nine Origin interjected domineeringly. With his formidable strength, he forcefully obliterated the two people's all-out attack completely. What's going on here? Lord Divine Sun was clearly about to kill that human right away, so why did Lord Nine Origin make a move? Yeah. Why would Lord Nine Origin make a move to save a human? If not for Lord Nine Origin taking action, that human would have been dead for sure. The group of abyss monsters were full of puzzlement, not understanding why Nine Origin would cut in rudely at such a critical moment. Xian's pupils also shrunk and he said with a frown, "Uncle Nine Origin, what have you done?" Nine Origin did not answer Xian, but he looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I admit defeat on Divine Sun's behalf." Xian's entire body trembled and he said, "Uncle Nine Origin, what did you say? I lost?" Nine Origin's one sentence directly caused an uproar. Those abyss monsters were all incomparably shocked. All of them were thinking that Nine Origin was making a joke. Nine Origin nodded and said, "Just now, if I didn't make a move, you'll probably not be able to return to the abyss anymore." He fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths into one. It isn't 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 so simple. Although your firmament with one thought is strong, compared to this move of his, the disparity isn't small. Actually, Nine Origin already said it very tactfully in consideration of Xian's face. Not that the disparity was not small, but that it was too far apart. If he did not make a move, Xian would have died beyond a doubt. This kind of strength was not what disparity could describe anymore. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even the Yu Mengli who was watching the battle at one side also turned pale. For so many years, she desperately chased after Yi Yuan's footstep. But in the end, Yi Yuan's was already powerful to such an extent. How could she not know the might of Divine Sun? That kind of heavenly Tao might, even if a sixth firmament Empyrean human came, they might not be able to block it too. That was a truly Astonis, H.I.+ing strike. But someone as strong as Divine Sun was still not Yi Yuan's match. Impossible. I am the exalted divine race's Divine Sun. How can I lose to a lowly human? Uncle Nine Origin, you move aside. I'm going to fight him to the death. Xian roared at Nine Origin. As the divine race's Divine Sun, how proud was Xian. Not even fighting, how could he possibly believe that he lost to Yi Yuan? Although he knew that it was impossible for Nine Origin to bluff him, he was still not willing to believe. Even though Nine Origin making a move saved his life, it ruined his overflowing pride. This felt even worse than death to him. Nine Origin frowned and said, "Divine Sun, the things shouldered on your body are too heavy. How can you act without due consideration? Our divine race has endured for hundreds of millions of years, only for the sake of recovering our former glory. Have you forgotten?" Xian's entire body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching tightly, making his fist creak from clenching. I understand." Xian's words carried strong unwillingness. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I didn't expect that there's actually a genius like you in the human race. Looks like I underestimated the human race too much. Your lowly race can propagate without limit. They can naturally also give birth to some peculiar existences. You're likely the most talented human in this epoch." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "So, are you going to kill me and extinguish the hope of the human race?" Nine Origin shook his head and said, "There's naturally no need to kill you. We need the power of the Divine Daughter. But I can suppress you forever. After we suppress the Heavenspan world, you can still reunite with Divine Daughter. Yi Yuan's gaze was slightly cold. Sword pointing at Nine Origin, he said with a sneer, "Is that so? I said it before. Want to bring Lear away? Step over my dead body." Nine Origin laughed in spite of himself and said, "Forget that you're currently already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even at your peak, are you my match? You might not know my one tie yet. I'm one of the divine race's 9 profound lineages elders. Calculating according to cultivation realm, I should be equivalent to your 8th firmament heavenly emperor. However, your 8th firmament heavenly emperors..." Ninth firmament chuckled. Clearly, he was very disdainful of the strength of 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Yumenli's expression changed, her face revealing a look of despair. She originally did not know the division of Nine Origin's realm, but hearing him say so, she knew that Yi Yuan had no hope at all. Toward Nine Origin's pride, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. Thinking of Xian's strength, his realm was about equivalent to a 4th firmament Empyrean. But Xian's strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4th firmament Empyreans. The divine race was this strong. Yi Yuan's bone sword swung, walking over toward Nine Origin step by step. He said with a cold smile, "Really have a lot of C.R.A.P. So what if you're an 8th firmament heavenly emperor? So what if you're one of the profound lineage's 9 elders? Even if you're that Tao ancestor in the heavens, why should I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight?" The moment these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. This fellow's pride was really greater than even heaven. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed, the imposing aura on his body gradually releasing. The horrifying power made everyone present feel suffocated. Even when separated from extremely far away, those abyss monsters were being pressured until they lay in a prostrating posture on the ground, unable to even move a muscle. Let alone the Yi Yuan in front of Nine Origin? Yi Yuan walked toward Nine Origin step by step. Each step that he took was extremely difficult. Just like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, he was unable to take a step further anymore. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, "Under my pressure, you can still keep standing, you're already very good. It's just a shame that, amen?" Nine Origin's expression changed, his voice abruptly cutting off. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan was advancing again. Yi Yuan's eyes became colder and colder. Countless blue lines poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Those were Tao marks. Chapter 2197. A battle that wagers everything. Chapter 2197. A battle that wagers everything. Yi Yuan's eyes already completely became a grayish-white color. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture, exuding an icy cold aura from head to toe. Not that he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation method, but because his entire person became emotionless, while the distance between him and Nine Origin also became closer and closer. Nine Origin discovered to his surprise that his pressure was actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest anymore. Truly surprises me. A human Empyrean realm martial artist can actually mobilize Tao marks. Young man, you really made me view the human race in a different light. Nine Origin was not frightened and let out a praise instead. While surprise was surprise, he did not feel much danger from Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's realm, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to cause any harm to him. About this point, he could be certain of it. An 8th firmament heavenly emperor being placed in the entire heavenspan world, it was also an absolute powerhouse, a paramount existence. They could look down on everything. Yi Yuan walked over step by step, all the way until he walked to 100 feet in front of Nine Origin before his figure halted. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Young man, very good. To have the courage to stand before me, you're already stronger than the vast majority of the people in this world." What kind of powerful existence was Nine Origin? Being his opponent required courage. This was not making a joke, but that after the difference in strength reached a certain degree, an enormous pressure formed naturally. Forget about Yi Yuan, who was only a third firmament Empyrean, making a human third firmament Empyrean stand 100 feet in front of a ninth firmament Empyrean. He would probably be scared until he wet his pants too. Yi Yuan's feet stopped moving forward, and he opened his mouth and said coldly, "What will make you view in a different light is still at the back." A hint of strange smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Following that, the two figures disappeared into thin air just like that. Xian's pupils constricted. Immediately, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. To actually take Uncle Nine Origin into the small world, truly a blind and reckless fool, Xian said with a cold smile. Those abyss monsters all burst into an uproar. This boy wouldn't have been scared silly, right? If Lord Nine Origin flicks a finger, his small world would probably shatter, right? A small world is the most fragile. Others are afraid of the opponent finding the small world. This guy actually still took the initiative to take Lord Nine Origin inside. If it was somebody else, then forget it, but that's Lord Nine Origin. Even Yu Mingli was very puzzled too, worry written all over her face. Small worlds were where the foundation of human martial artists lied. It was the source of their strength. At the same time, small worlds were also the most fragile place. Each human martial artist would guard the entrance to the small world tightly, fearful of the opponent barging in. If they were weak, it was still alright. Powerful existences could destroy the small world in an instant. Even if they were not strong, battling in a small world, the damage to the small world was also permanent. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Just like back then, a bunch of Empyreans barged into Immortal Grove world. Even if they only slightly engaged in a battle, it caused indelible harm to the Immortal Grove world. If not for Yi Yuan overcoming the raging tides in the end, the Immortal Grove world would have long turned to ashes. Yi Yuan took an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Divine Race member in with 3rd Firmament Empyrean boundary. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Nine Origin sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said with a light smile, "This is your final trump card? Your small world can't withstand my one strike at all. This trump card of yours makes me very disappointed." Nine Origin's thoughts were the same as the rest. Not only did this final trump card of Yi Yuan did not have the slightest effect, it appeared extremely foolish instead. Perhaps Yi Yuan was very confident in his small world, but what kind of person dared to let an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor in? Let alone that he, Nine Origin, was not an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. For him to be able to become one of the 9 Elders, the might of his strength was far stronger than even same-rank divine race members. What did an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor count for? Oh? Is that so? Yi Yuan, who had gray eyes, said those words coldly, his figure suddenly disappearing. A faint smile was still hanging on Nine Origin's face, indifferent toward Yi Yuan's action. But in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. What replaced it was incomparably seriousness. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. That was the power of great Tao. Tao mark. No time to think too much. Nine Origin urged all of the great Tao power in his power and met with Yi Yuan's punch. Bang! The entire chaos world started trembling. Nine Origin was smashed, flying out backward, his divine sea experiencing an upheaval. Then he used an extremely shocked gaze to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. "What about now?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed, only then, started sizing the chaos world up seriously. It was fine if he did not size it up, but when he did, his heart shook wildly. The chaos world was totally different from the worlds in his understanding. Incomparably thick aura of great Tao, incomparably thick chaos divine essence, plus Tao marks that filled the sky. Everything added up made him think that he was situated in the prehistoric heavenspan world. For ordinary human Empyreans, small worlds had long already formed and could accommodate living things, absorb the power of faith, and nurture treasures. But Yi Yuan's small world seemed to have only just formed. Everything was still in the midst of inoculation. Although this world was still in the budding stage, the power of heavenly Tao contained inside was actually almost on par with him, this divine race ninth elder. Yi Yuan could completely maneuver the power of heavenly Tao inside this world to face the enemy. Nine Origins stared hard at Yi Yuan and said in shock, "This place is your small world? How can a small world be like this? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Prepare to die." Nine Origin's pupils constricted when he heard that, and he said with a cold snort, "You're also looking down on my divine race too much. Your small world indeed exceeded my expectations, but it is still too weak. After this battle, your small world will collapse, and you will become a cripple." The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "So what?" While talking, he threw another punch out. Nine Origin met the attack. Each of the two people's punches carried an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. This battle was truly apocalyptic. Each time the two people's fists clashed, it would shake the chaos world until it was in an upheaval. Sea shattered, divine seas rolled. Actually, each of Nine Origin's attacks would cause irreversible harm to Yi Yuan. But he did not care at all. Bang, bang, bang. Time slowly trickled by, no idea how long had passed. Said Aether, Nine Origins still did not come out. At this time, those abyss monsters finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Nine Origin is actually in a fierce battle with that boy? How can this be possible? A mere Empyrean realm's small world should not be able to withstand 1/10,000th of Lord Nine Origin's power at all. But what on earth are these two people doing in the small world? They wouldn't be chatting, right? Everyone's heart itched like a cat wanting to scratch its body. They really wanted to see the situation inside the Chaos World. But only Yi Yuan could open up the entrance of the Chaos World. If he did not open it, others could not go in at all. Chapter 2198. Pride of Heavenly Tao. Chapter 2198. Pride of Heavenly Tao. Bang! With the horrifying clash, the two people were each sent flying out. Sea shattered, chaos roiled. Nine Origin had a head of disheveled hair, his body already stained full of bloodstains, and no longer had his elegance and naturalness at the beginning. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "You're mad. Keep on fighting like this, your small world will be completely ruined." While that might be the case, Nine Origin was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Inside this small world, his strength was being suppressed endlessly, while Yi Yuan's strength was being magnified limitlessly. In the Chaos World, he could not mobilize any heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. What he could rely on was only his strength. He felt like he got on a lone island. There was not the slightest bit of help at all. While what Yi Yuan possessed was the entire world, the small worlds of humans were all heaven-span worlds, heavenly Tao. Normally, Nine Origin would not have a feeling of having his hands and feet bound up when inside them. But Yi Yuan's Chaos World was completely different from ordinary worlds. At this time, the Chaos World was already riddled full of holes, virtually on the verge of collapsing already. Yi Yuan's clothes were in rags from top to bottom, bloodstains all over, looking alarming at the sight. But his face was still cold as if he could not feel the least bit of pain. In the Chaos World, he could indeed control everything, even control time and space. However, Nine Origin was too powerful. The Tao marks on his body were basically a sharp weapon that could shatter everything. From this point of view, the divine race was indeed a race that was favored by heaven. Even if he could only rely on himself, the disparity between Yi Yuan and him was still enormous. So what? Under heavenly Tao, all are ants. Being unbridled in front of me, you deserve to die. The gray-eyed Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when speaking. In front of him, the powerful Nine Origin actually became an ant-like figure. Nine Origin's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're too condescending. Today, I'll let you take a look at the might of the divine race." All of a sudden, Nine Origin's aura erupted. The terrifying power made the entire chaos world start to tremble. His whole body was swathed in Tao marks. An apocalyptic aura spread out. The aura of Divine Sun Xian was not worth mentioning at all compared to Nine Origin. This is true power, unrivaled might. Even under the powerful suppression of the chaos world, this powerful force still shows signs of bursting through the firmament. Divine race? In front of me, Yi Yuan, you all are merely a bunch of ants. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, both hands drawing a circle. A Tai Chi diagram condensed in front of him. Nine Origin's pupils shrunk. A pressure akin to beholding a great mountain hit from head-on. His heart shook wildly, secretly sighing in relief at how lucky he was. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. If Yi Yuan's cultivation realm could reach the heavenly emperor realm, killing Nine Origin would be akin to killing a dog in this world. At this time, Nine Origin actually had some regretting that he was overly careless. If not for him underestimating the enemy too much, being brought into the chaos world by Yi Yuan, he would also not be in such a difficult position. It was just that, who could have thought that a mere Empyrean realm actually had such a powerful small world? At this very moment, Nine Origin's despise toward Yi Yuan had long already been swept clean. What replaced it was incomparably solemnness. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's move was, and also did not know whether he could block it or not. This strike would determine life and death. It was not up to him to think too much either. Nine Origin practically used all of his strength. All the strength that he could muster in his body was completely poured into executing this move. Of course, he could also feel that Yi Yuan used all his strength to mobilize the entire world's power too. This was the clash between heavenly Tao and heavenly Tao. Cleansing the world. Great Tao is unparalleled. Bang! Two apocalyptic attacks instantly collided together. The horrifying energy undulation formed a terrifying black energy vortex, akin to a black hole. Exploding sounds were everywhere in the entire chaos world. It was as if it was the end of the world. The two people were directly drawn into the black hole, life and death being unknown. No idea how long had passed, said either. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire chaos world fell into dead silence. Already been 3 days and nights. Why hasn't Lord Nine Origin come out? Lord Nine Origin wouldn't really have become interested and is chatting with that kid, right? Got to say, that boy is still quite capable. Perhaps he can win Lord Nine Origin's recognition. In the sundered boundary, the abyss monsters were discussing animatedly. But Yu Mengli's fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Her fingernails were already sinking into her flesh, but she was still oblivious to this. 3 days and nights already pass, said in a twinkle. The two people still did not have movements inside Yi Yuan's small world. No one knew what was happening inside either. But the longer it got, the more worried Yu Mengli was of Yi Yuan's safety. His opponent was one of the most fearsome existences in this world. Xian's brows also furrowed tighter and tighter. Uncle Nine Origin would not really have gone in to chat with Yi Yuan, right? Saying such things, ghosts would not believe it too. But could the mere Empyrean realm Yi Yuan really battle with Uncle Nine Origin for 3 days and night? Xian felt that it was extremely preposterous. Forget about Yi Yuan, even if an 8th firmament heavenly emperor was here, it was also impossible to last past half a day from under Uncle Nine Origin's hands. Could it be that Yi Yuan's small world really had some exceptional aspects? Yes, it must be like that. That punk used a trick and trapped Uncle Nine Origin in the small world. Rumble. Right at this time, the void trembled, a figure burst out. Everyone looked toward the arrival with sidelong glances. This person did not have an intact spot from head to toe, his entire person like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like water droplets. His aura was also extremely chaotic. He only had the strength of Empyrean realm. "You Uncle Nine Origin?" Exion shouted with uncertainty. "It's me." The Bloodman used an extremely parched voice to answer. But his gaze was locked above the void firmly, without even blinking. It was as if there was a primitive fierce beast there. This blood-covered man was precisely Nine Origin. The current Nine Origin was actually forcefully beaten down a major realm. Exion opened his mouth wide, and simply did not dare to believe his own eyes. Was this Bloodman before his eyes that was virtually about to die really his Uncle Nine Origin? Uncle Nine Origin was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. What kind of a Stonies? Hi+ing powerhouse was that? That was a powerhouse who made myriad worlds tremble. That was a powerhouse who made myriad races bow in wars. Hi+P. Now, he actually became like this? While his opponent was merely just a third firmament Empyrean. Exion even somewhat doubted life. Murmur. Below, all of the abyss monsters directly broke out into a commotion. They used extremely shocked eyes to look at Nine Origin, their gazes full of incredulity. How is this possible? What in the world happened inside that small world? That's Lord Nine Origin. Lord Nine Origin who is ever victorious. Who can tell me what on earth happened? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lord Nine Origin is the G.O.D. in my heart. How can he possibly be beaten until like this? The group of abyss monsters was doubting this. No one could have thought that a one-sided battle actually developed to this conclusion in the end. Chapter 2199. Wait for you to fetch me home. Chapter 2199. Wait for you to fetch me home. However, the fact was like that. The Lord Nine Origin who was formidable like a G.O.D. sustained serious injuries, his realm falling greatly. You Uncle Nine Origin, what in the world happened? Why did you become like this? When Exion was talking, he felt somewhat parched. The shock that this scene brought to him was too strong. Ha ha. Uncle Nine Origin suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Worth it. Crippling this boy, no matter how heavy the injuries I sustain, it's also worth it. Exion, running into this boy here is our divine race's fortune. If we allow him to grow up, our divine race will likely suffer a disastrous calamity." Exion's pupils constricted, his eyes full of shock. Who Nine Origin was talking about was not an individual, but the entire divine race. For the divine race to dare come into being, they have naturally already readied themselves perfectly. But all these would change because of one person? Wasn't Nine Origin's appraisal of this boy too high? Suddenly, his expression changed. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Nine Origin already became like this. Could this still not explain the issue? Nine Origin was one of the 9 profound lineage's elders. All who could sit in this position were people who had experienced many battles and crushed their peers. But such a powerful 9th elder was actually hurt so badly. How in the world did this Yuan do it? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Exion also understood that Yuan's talent was indeed a notch above his. But he never could have thought that Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree. Nine Origin, what did you do to Big Brother Yuan? Where is he? Yumengli glared at Nine Origin and said with a worried look. Nine Origin did not look at her, staring hard at a certain area in the void as he said in a cold voice, "Apologies, divine daughter. Your Tao spirit physique is indeed the strongest divine physique in this world. But today this boy must die." Yumengli's pretty face turned pale, all the blood fading away instantly. Nine Origin's meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan was currently not dead yet. But he had to die. Right at this moment, a figure fell out of the void. It was precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was no better than Nine Origin 2. There was not an unscathed spot from top to bottom. Furthermore, he was already unconscious, his entire person falling powerlessly, the speed getting faster and faster. Swaz. Plus virtually without thinking, Yu Mengli rushed over akin to an arrow that left the string. Stop her! Nine Origin yelled. Menya did not have the slightest hesitation, leaping up and directly stopping Yu Mengli. How powerful was Menya? Yu Mengli was directly restrained by him. At the same time, Nine Origin gathered all the strength in his body without the slightest hesitation. He then smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. Big brother Yuan! Yu Mengli's scream reverberated throughout the sundered boundary. But Nine Origin did not hesitate in the slightest at all. This palm was a certain kill. At this very moment, there was already no one that could save Yi Yuan. Ha ha! Die! Just as this palm was about to land on Yi Yuan's body, golden light suddenly radiated from Yi Yuan's body. Roar! A giant golden dragon leaped into the sky from Yi Yuan's body, letting out an astonies. Hi+ing furious roar. This roar made the entire sundered boundary tremble. SPAC shuddered, one fine crack after another fissuring. These fissured fine cracks did not show signs of healing but fissured larger and larger instead. An enormous dragon claw trampled down on Nine Origin's head. Nine Origin's expression changed wildly, but currently, his move was already ending and he did not have his power at this peak. It was already too late to want to run. Lord Nine Origin! At the critical moment, Menya roared madly, instantly diving beneath the dragon claw and knocking Nine Origin flying. Bang! The giant dragon trampled down, debris flying everywhere, SPAC collapsing. The powerful Menya turned to ashes under this foot and did not even emit a miserable scream. Nine Origin rolled several hundred times on the ground before stabilizing his figure. This change was too intense. Everyone did not react to it. Nine Origin's blood-stained face was full of terror at this time. Just now, if not for Menya sacrificing himself and knocking him away, the one who died would be him. He never dreamed that in the end, Yi Yuan actually still had the spirit of a true dragon protecting him. Let alone did he imagine that he, one of the exalted profound lineage's 9 elders, actually nearly died here. Nine Origin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But toward Menya's death, his eyes did not reveal any sorrowful expression. In his eyes, abyss monsters were a bunch of slaves. Dying for him, that was Menya's honor. Suddenly, he trembled all over, his entire person turning stiff there, not daring to even move. The giant golden dragon's pair of dragon eyes were currently looking down at him from a great height. For a moment, Nine Origin's hair stood on end, not daring to even breathe. He was afraid that once he breathed, the giant golden dragon would give him another stomp. After one breath, the dragon tail circled around, protecting Yi Yuan in the middle, and flew out of the black flame cave with a whoosh. Nine Origin's bottom plopped onto the ground, panting heavily for air, feeling the joy of having survived a disaster. Nine Origin secretly sighed in relief that luckily, this spirit of a true dragon only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, he would be doomed today. Rumble! The powerful spirit of the true dragon Paas said through the black flame cave's entrance, making the originally already unstable cave entrance completely collapse. The black flame cave's entrance disappeared just like that. SPAC was shattering, caving in, fissures getting larger and larger. This sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. Yu Mengli wanted to escape, but it was already too late. However, being able to see Yi Yuan escape, she was already very comforted in her heart. Big brother Yuan, I'll live on well and wait for you to fetch me home, Yu Mengli said smilingly with tears flowing. At this time, Nine Origin appeared beside Umengli and said with a bad timing, his inner world already completely crumbled, fleshy body being heavily injured. His cultivation has already been wiped out in a day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll also be a cripple in the future. Divine Daughter, you're my divine race's member from birth, this world's paramount existence. In the future, when we return to the heaven-span world anew and beat down the human, demon, and fiend races and descend upon the world like a sovereign, that will be your home to return to. Umengli gave him a glance and smiled disdainfully. To others, their small world collapsing and cultivating being lost might mean that their life was over. But Umengli firmly believed that Yi Yuan still had a day where he would rise up. No matter how arduous this path was, Yi Yuan would not give up too. If talking about who understood Yi Yuan best in this world, that was her, Umengli. Of course, she was completely disdainful to explain to Nine Origin. Come on. At this time, Umengli was no longer melodramatic. Instead, she walked toward the abyss calmly. Nine Origin was taken back, but since Umengli was sensible, he naturally would not say anything either, slowly following after. Before leaving, he gave Xian a look. Xian understood and nodded. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force was sent out. Mosius was directly blasted into residue by Xian. Umengli's pretty face turned cold, and she said in alarm and anger, "You," Xian said coolly, "living off people while secretly helping others, he deserves to die." Done talking, Xian left with his hands behind his back. The remaining Abyss monster army also headed over toward the Abyss one after another. The sundered boundary crumbled apart continuously, fragmenting non-stop, finally turning into a horrifying spatial tempest. The spatial pause. Sageway that the divine race racked their brains to form was smashed to pieces just like that. Everything returned to tranquility. Chapter 2200. Chopping Firewood. Chapter 2200. Chopping firewood. The wind howled and the water turned cold. The brave warriors will never return. The news about Yi Yuan Rus. Ing into black flame alone in order to rescue his beloved spread like wildfire. A monster like Yi Yuan naturally aroused the attention of the various major forces that entered the black flame cave. Hence, they inquired about Yi Yuan's origins one after another. There were no walls without a crack in this world. Yi Yuan had long already stated his ident. 1. Tai when he entered fallen maple Bodhidharma. It naturally could not be hidden. Only at this time did everyone suddenly startle awake. It turned out that this was the second sage who gave rise to much discussion a few years ago. Beyond the shock, everyone was also endlessly sympathetic. Such an exceptional talent actually fell in the Black Flame Cave just like that. It was truly lamentable. The Black Flame Cave completely collapsed. The cave entrance vanished. SPAC recovered to how it was initially. The angry Nether River flowed without ceasing once more. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan most likely died inside. The only thing that was mysterious was that right as the Sageway collapsed, a streak of golden light flashed by and disappeared. In the beginning, there were also people who guessed whether or not this golden light would be related to Yi Yuan. But along with the Sage of Time, no one saw Yi Yuan anymore. Everyone's doubts also gradually evaporated into thin air. Because the second sage's maidservant was still in fallen maple Bodhidharma. From then on, Yi Yuan never came to see Luer before. On Sunset Peak, Luer quietly cried as she said, "Young master, they all said that you died, but I don't believe it. Even if I walk to the ends of the world, I must find you too." In a blink, it was already 3 years. Over 100,000 miles away from Cloud River Country, there was a place called Jingning Mountain. The sun came up from the East Mountain, the setting sun bypass. Sing the top of the mountain, illuminating a peaceful little village. Inside the village, there was smoke curling up from each of the kitchen chimneys there, indicating people getting up at sunrise. Those living in the village were a bunch of mortals. A robust young man said with displeasure, "Dumbo, go and chop all these firewood. Our Chun village doesn't raise idle people." Standing opposite him was a young man wearing COA.RS. cloth, his face without any complexion. Dumbo did not say anything, turned around and came beside the firewood pile, and started chopping firewood. Chop, chop, chop. One section after another of white oak lay beside Yi Yuan neatly, gradually stacking higher. The robust young man had an astonished look. Following that was gloominess all over his face. White oak burned easily and the temperature was high. It was an excellent fuel to burn. But it was extremely tough. The strongest hunter in the village also needed 3 to 4 swings before they could split it. Chopping firewood was actually strenuous work. Ayang making him chop firewood was actually intentionally making things difficult for him. But this fellow actually split them with one swing. Furthermore, the cuts were extremely smooth. It was as if they had been sanded out before. Strange. It was weird. This kid obviously looked like he was half dead, so how did he have so much strength? A girl ran over angrily and pulled Dumbo behind her, and shouted at the robust young man, "Ayang, you're bullying Aining again." When the robust young man saw the situation, he immediately burned with jealousy. Axia was the prettiest girl in Chin village, while he was the Chin village's most promising hunter. He and Axia were childhood friends, both being young and innocent. They were an innocent and pure pair in everyone's eyes. As they gradually grew up, Ayang secretly fell in love with Axia and viewed her as his exclusive slice of meat. At the same time, he was also very hard-working, striving to become the most outstanding hunter in the villages around. It all seemed like success would come when the conditions were ripe. Until this Dumbo appeared, everything was turned upside down. Axia and Grandpa picked Dumbo up by the brookside. When he was just brought back, Dumbo was covered in blood all over and was already no different from a dead man. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure. But who knew that he actually forcefully hung in there with one breath and did not die? Axia was kind-hearted, taking the utmost care of Dumbo every day. Just 2 days ago, Dumbo could finally get down the bed and walk. But these 3 days, Axia clearly drifted apart a lot from Ayang. It was naturally because of Dumbo. Jealousy burned. So Ayang liked to find trouble these few days. "I didn't bully him. There are no men in the village loafing around, since Dumbo is well. He naturally has to work," Ayang said. Axia said, "His body isn't fully recovered yet and is still very weak. He's not suited to work. Also, he only lost his memories and isn't a Dumbo. You're not allowed to call him Dumbo." The person aiming out of Axia's mouth, and the Dumbo out of Ayang's mouth, was naturally Yi Yuan, who sustained serious injuries in the Black Flame battle. The current Yi Yuan did not remember anything, so Axia's grandfather named Yi Yuan as Chen Ning. Hence, Axia normally called Yi Yuan as Aining. But the current Yi Yuan's aura was feeble. His divine essence collapsed and dissipated, and he even lost his memories and was no different from a mortal. The battle with Nine Origin, the two people's battle produced an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Nine Origin's realm fell greatly, while Yi Yuan naturally sustained even heavier injuries. In that battle, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit virtually collapsed all round. There was still a thread away from death. Axia turned around and pulled Aining as she said, "Aining, let's go." But Yi Yuan did not leave and said with a smile, "What Ayang said is right. Since I'm a part of the village, I should do a little something for the village. These 3 years, Axia and Grandpa, as well as everybody, took good care of me. That's how I could survive. I feel bad sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die like that." As he said, Yi Yuan walked back beside the firewood pile and continued chopping firewood. One swing. Another swing. The incomparably heavy axe was akin to weightless in Yi Yuan's hand. Axia also opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. This fellow clearly only got down from the bed for a few days. So how did he have so much strength? In merely less than an hour, that hill-sized firewood, all were chopped completely, and they were piled neatly together. Yi Yuan finished chopping the firewood, turned his head, and discovered the two people with their mouths wide open, looking at him. He could not help being perplexed as he said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you using this sort of eyes to look at me?" Ayang's face fell, and he said, This fellow, wouldn't have pretended for 3 years, right? Right, you must have intentionally feigned death to get close to Axiu." Axiu shot him a fierce glare. When she and Grandpa saw Yi Yuan did not even have a breath, not an intact spot from head to toe. Could this sort of thing be faked? But she looked at Yi Yuan again and said, "This is white oak. Even if Uncle Lai was here, chopping these firewood entirely will also take an entire day's time. You finished chopping in an hour. Do you think we should be surprised or not?" Yi Yuan scratched his nose and said doubtfully, "Is that so? But I feel that it's very easy to chop. Just a light swing. I don't need to use much strength either, and it will split apart." The two people were speechless, using eyes like looking at a monster to look at him. How could they know that Yi Yuan's physical body was the perfect 7th transformation golden body? If at his prime, flick a finger and the entire Jingning Mountain would be leveled to the ground. Even if he was seriously deficient in vital energy currently, chopping firewood was still a piece of cake. At this time, there was suddenly noise and excitement at the entrance of the village. Ayang's brows raised up and he said with pleasant surprise, "Dad, they all came back. Dad must have hunted many fine beasts going out this time. Axiu, let's hurry over and take a look." Axiu pulled Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Aining, let's go over and take a look too." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was dragged to the village entrance. Chapter 2201 Jadeheart GRA.S.S. Chapter 2201 Jadeheart GRA.S. Dad, Uncle Jian, you guys are back? Ayang welcomed the hunting party with a proud look. His father, Chun Lai, the Chun village's patriarch, was a powerful hunter who was renowned far and wide. At this time, several powerful hunters returned. They were all carrying quite a number of games on them. It was naturally a fully loaded return again. "Haha, Yonger, the luck this time was pretty good. I hunted a snow jade roebuck," Chun Lai said with a big laugh. At this time, the villagers all gathered over, each and every one of them exclaiming with admiration, "Patriarch is really impressive. This snow jade roebuck's strength virtually reached the peak of mortal beast. It's also just a step away from becoming a divine beast, yet it was actually killed by you. With this, our Chun village can have enough to eat and wear for half a year. Following Patriarch Lai is truly our fortune." Everyone had praises for him. Toward Chun Lai, they expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. In the heaven-span world, mortals living outside of counties might suffer the attack of fierce beasts at any time. An entire village being destroyed was also a common occurrence. But Chun village showed signs of moving toward prosperity under Patriarch Chun Lai's leaders. H.I.P. At least, they did not need to live days where they hid themselves from place to place. Powerful strength was the foundation to live on. Axiu squeezed in front of the people. Her eyes lit up as she said with surprise, "Uncle Lai, you're really too impressive to actually even defeat a snow jade roebuck. In my view, you might be able to break through to achieve divine Tao someday. Don't you think so, Aining?" Yi Yuan had a vacant look and nodded along. Chun Lai patted Axiu's head and laughed as he said, "Silly Lais. How can the divine Tao be so easy to achieve? I know my strength. Being able to reach the peak mortal realm is already the limit. However, I have high hopes of Yonger." By the side, Chun Jian also smiled and said, "Yes. Yonger's strength will be able to catch up to the few of us old fellows in a few years. He is our Chun village's future." Hearing the praises of the elders, Chun Yong's bashful flush carried a trace of smugness. giving Yi Yuan a glance that was somewhat demonstrating his strength. Yi Yuan had another blank look, and was at a loss on what to do. Chun Lai directly threw the snow jade roebuck to his son, and said heartily, "Cut off a bit more and deliver it to your grandpa Yen. Aining, this snow jade roebuck is a great tonic. It's greatly beneficial to your injuries." Chen Yong's face turned black, immediately feeling annoyed. While Yi Yuan smiled humbly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lai." Everyone was very concerned about Yi Yuan in this village. Although he lost his memories, he was very grateful to everyone. "Oh, right, Uncle Yen, I found this when I entered the mountain this time." As he said, Chun Lai carefully took out a package from his bag. His actions were very careful, fearful of breaking the thing inside the bundle. Opening up the bundle, a surge of boundless spiritual energy spread out. Chun Yan's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "Spirit medicine! Divine rank spirit medicine, Jade Heart GRA. SS. Although it isn't fully matured yet, the spiritual energy inside has a 10% chance of letting you to break through to the deity realm." Chun Yen was an old man who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect in the clan. His status was even above Chun Lai's, because he was a mortal realm alchemist. Hence, the moment he saw this spirit medicine, he recognized it. The moment Chun Lai heard this, he was wild ecstatic and said with joy, "It's indeed the case. That snow jade roebuck was guarding this thing and refused to leave no matter what. It was indeed for the sake of breaking through to achieve divine Tao." Chen Yin nodded and said, "That's right. If this snow jade roebuck swallowed the mature jade heart GRA's, breaking through to deity realm would virtually be almost guaranteed. It's just too bad that this old man is incapable and can't refine the jade heart pill. Otherwise, you breaking through to the deity realm would virtually be something that's guaranteed. A shame. A shame." Chen Yen lamented and sighed, repeatedly saying that it was a shame. Clearly, he found it a great pity. Jade Heart Pill was a divine pill. To him, it was something that could be looked at, but could not be touched. Not forming a pill and directly eating was only wasting this stock of divine medicine. But Chun Lai was indifferent and said with a smile, "Uncle Yen, you don't need to be like this. I plan on saving this Jade Heart GRA's for Yonger. His talent is greater than mine. He'll definitely be able to break through to the deity realm when the time comes." But Chen Yen shook his head and said, "It's no use. By the time Yonger cultivates to peak mortal realm, the Jade Heart GRA's spiritual energy will have more than half lost. At that time, it will also be no different from ordinary mortal-grade spirit medicines. Don't get any ideas about planting it either. The nurturing of divine-rank spirit medicines is extremely nitty-gritty and profound. This old man doesn't have much assurance in being able to preserve its spiritual energy. Furthermore, Luo Xing is going to come and collect taxes tomorrow. Do you think that he'll let this divine-rank spirit medicine off?" With this, Chun Lai's expression became ugly. By the side, Chun Yong's expression also became very ugly. A deity realm powerhouse held a great significance to a village. As long as a deity realm powerhouse appeared in a village, their survival rate would greatly increase, and they also would not need to be afraid of the invasion of fierce beasts anymore. And this village would also become a powerful village in one stroke, dominating the lives and deaths of other villages. Luo Xing that Chen Yen spoke of was a deity realm powerhouse. Therefore, the Luo village was also the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles. The other villages had to bow their heads in submission. There's only 10% chance? It's too wasteful. Chen Lai said gloomily. The others all fell silent, while Chun Yong had a look of self-reproach, secretly hating that his strength was not strong enough. Right at this time, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out, "Why don't I give it a try?" Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise. The one who spoke was precisely him. Chun Yong just happened to be in a bad mood. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, he completely erupted. What has it got to do with you here? What do you, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have essence energy, want to try? This is a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine. It's not for you to play around with. Chen Yong hollered at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wiped the spittle on his face and still had a blank face. Even he himself also did not know why he would say such a thing. The moment Axia heard, she was immediately indignant and put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you being fierce for?" Aining had good intentions too. Moreover, Grandpa said before, Aining must have been an important person in the past. How do you know that he can't do it? Chun Lai appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, Aining, not that Uncle Lai doesn't trust you, but you don't even have essence energy. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, makes sense. But by the side, Chern Yen was absorbed in thought and suddenly opened his mouth and said, Aining, do you have the confidence of success? The others all used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Chen Yen, not understanding what he meant. What methods could a cripple who did not even have essence energy have? Yi Yuan was taken aback and shook his head and said, I don't know either. Chen Yen asked curiously, then why did you say so just now? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either, it didn't go through my brain earlier and I suddenly said it out loud. Chen Yan's face revealed a pondering look. Finally, his gaze turned intent and he handed the Jade Heart GRAS to Yi Yuan and said, Come to my pill refining room. Whatever you need, take it yourself. Chern Lai had not said anything yet when Chen Yong directly lugged the Snow Jade Roebuck and jumped up, saying in shock and anger, Grandpa Yen, this is a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine. Chapter 2202. Divine Grade? What is that? Chapter 2202. Divine Grade? What is that? Uncle Yen, isn't this too rash? Chen Lai also could not resist speaking up. As for the people in the village, each and every one of them revealed reluctant looks too. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of suspicion. After all, what right did a brat, who did not even have essence energy, have to test a divine rank spirit medicine? One had to know, to get divine rank spirit medicines on Jingning Mountain, one could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Letting a person who lost his memories and did not have essence energy fiddle with it, wasn't it messing around? Casually playing around and the 10% chance would even be lost. Even Yi Yuan himself also said hesitantly, Grandpa Yen, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate, right? But Chen Yen waved his hand and said, You go ahead and try. If it's really gone, this old man, I will shoulder it. Chun Lai, you have no objections, right? Rubus. Plus of course I have objections. But Uncle Yan's status in the village was exceedingly high, not only was he his elder, he even saved many people in the village. Without him, the Chun village would have long failed to maintain itself. For him, Chun Lai, to have everything today, Uncle Yen also contributed great efforts. Chun Lai opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, Since Uncle Lai has decided, I naturally have no objections. Chun Yen said that it was a pill refining room, but actually, it was just a thatched house. What a stock of quasi-divine rank spirit medicines influenced was the hearts of the people in the entire village. If 10% hope placed on Chun Lai won the bet, that would be the village's future. But right now, letting a guy who did not even have essence energy play with it, how could they not worry? Upon entering the refining room, a familiar feeling hit him face on. Yi Yuan's entire spirit seemed to have become much better all of a sudden. Chen Yen had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this scene, he himself also felt inspired. He had the greatest seniority in this village and knew the most. For Yi Yuan to be able to be injured until like that and still not die, he was absolutely not a mortal realm martial artist like them. Yi Yuan being able to recover, his medicine actually did not have much effect. More of it was Yi Yuan's own recovery ability. Just now, Yi Yuan blurted out very naturally, like it was instinctive. So he guessed that perhaps Yi Yuan was a powerful alchemy G.O.D. in the past. Since Yi Yuan instinctively said that he could do it, then he might really have some way. Chen Yen knew that the methods of alchemy G.O.D. powerhouses were inconceivable. It was completely not what a mortal realm alchemist like him could imagine. Everyone was standing outside the door. Yi Yuan went into the refining room alone, walked around, and stopped, gently stroking some spirit medicines as well as some utensils. Touching these things, Yi Yuan had an extremely familiar feeling. That sort of familiarity was just like his body's instinct. Yi Yuan felt that his blood was burning little by little. What a familiar feeling! Yi Yuan muttered. Everyone's gazes followed Yi Yuan's movements, not knowing what he wanted to do. It was just that he walked around and did not have the intention of taking action. Chen Yong snorted coldly and said unhappily, "He's just walking around like that. The sky is already dark. I also don't know what he wants to do. What can he do like this? Yeah. Why do I feel like this kid isn't reliable at all, like he's pretending to be mysterious? Uncle Yen, don't be fooled by this boy. That's a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine." Quite a number of villagers were very unhappy, grumbling toward Chen Yen. Chen Yan's brows furrowed, and he said with a low roar, "All shut up for this old man. Anybody else that dares to speak, get out for me." When everyone saw Chen Yen fly off the handle, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Chen Lai originally wanted to chime in a few words too, but seeing Chen Yen flared up, he could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan's idling took more than an hour. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and he took out a piece of low-grade divine essence stone from an exquisite box. Everyone's faces changed. This kid really knew what to take. In a place like the Chun village, a piece of low-grade divine essence stone was extremely precious. All of Chen Yan's hidden goods were also merely just 3 pieces. This was still him having saved for many years and expended no idea how many materials before exchanging for it. This kid was not courteous. Yi Yuan picked up the divine essence stone and pushed away the things on the table, revealing a large empty area. Then, his pen moved like flying, using the divine essence stone, and started drawing on the table. Everyone had stunned faces, only Chen Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Yuan was depicting an array formation. He could not understand this array formation at all, incomparably profound. This is absolutely not the standard that a 1-star alchemy G.O.D. can have. Chen Yan screamed in his heart. In merely a few breaths, Yi Yuan casually drew a design. Then, he walked over to the medicine rack there swiftly and casually grabbed a few spirit medicines. He threw them into the array formation together with the jade heart GRASS. This guy's eyes are actually shut. He's also too casual, right? Is there refining medicine like this? This is wasting spirit medicines, right? You see, there's indeed no reaction. The villages all revealed indignant looks because they discovered that Yi Yuan actually had his eyes shut throughout the whole process. Although they could not understand the array formation, Yi Yuan's attitude was also too casual. And the array formation that Yi Yuan drew indeed did not have any activities. What the hell do you all understand? Aining has already turned all of his abilities into instinct. He doesn't need to look at all, and he doesn't need to measure. All shut up for me and watch closely. Chen Yan suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone did not dare to say again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Murmur. The array formation suddenly lit up. A thick surge of spiritual energy poured into the refining room crazily. This array formation also had the effect of gathering spirit. Even Yi Yuan himself was also dumbfounded by this miraculous scene. He looked at his hands, a look of incredulity. This was done by him? After several breaths, the light faded. 4 medicinal pills lay on the table quietly. Everyone's eyes became wide saucers, mouths opening widely, their faces full of shock. Especially Chun Yong. He was previously making quite a bit of disparaging remarks. At this time, Yi Yuan actually refined the medicinal pills, with a method that he had never heard of before. Used divine essence stone and casually drew a bit, and one could refine medicinal pills? This kind of method he had never thought of before even in his dreams. Chun Yan's eyes shone with brilliant light, that look in his eyes wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. He trembled as he walked in front of the table. Carefully holding up a medicinal pill, he said agitatedly, "That's right. That's right. It's the Jade Heart pill. Exactly the same as in the records. That spirit-gathering array formation just now forcefully raised the quasi-divine rank spirit medicine to a divine rank spirit medicine and refined the Jade Heart pill. No, wait, this isn't an ordinary Jade Heart pill. See, could this be a divine-grade Jade Heart pill?" "What? Divine-grade Jade Heart pill? How is this possible?" "My God, divine-grade Jade Heart pill, I didn't hear wrongly, right? Could it be that Aining is really a legendary alchemy God? And body in the entire village had seen before an alchemy God, let alone talk about a divine rank divine pill. Even Chun Yen only noticed something off too and speculated. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, "Divine-grade Jade Heart pill? What's that?" Chun Yen could not help choking when he heard that and almost dropped the medicinal pill onto the ground. The villages also almost collectively fell to the ground. This guy did not even know what was a divine-grade divine pill, and yet he refined 4 divine-grade divine pills in one go? Chapter 2203. I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. Chapter 2203. I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. A divine-grade Jade Heart pill is simply a D-like medicinal pill. As long as there's this one pill, your Uncle Lai will be able to 100% step into the deity realm that one even dreamed about. 4 divine-grade Jade Heart pills is equivalent to 4 divine rank powerhouses. Chun Yen had an agitated look, even reaching the point of fanaticism already. He was now incomparably certain that the Chun village picked up a treasure. Before something happened to Aining, he was absolutely a 2-star alchemy God. No, it was 3-star. Definitely a 3-star alchemy God. As for the even stronger 4-star alchemy God, that already said the scope of Chun Yan's understanding. He did not even have the courage to think about it. Even if he racked his brains, he would also not be able to imagine what kind of powerful alchemy Supreme Lord was that. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said, "Looks like I'm not a good-for-nothing trash." Chen Yen laughed loudly and said, "Trash? This old man has never regarded you as trash. Plus from that moment I saved you, I knew that you absolutely didn't belong in a shallow pond." By the side, Axia looked at Yi Yuan, blinking her eyes and saying with a look of idolization, I said it before, Aining is definitely not an ordinary person." The villages were still in the midst of shock. They were stunned silly by Chen Yan's 4 divine rank powerhouses. My God, 4 divine rank powerhouses. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Then wouldn't our Chen village become the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles? This Aining truly can't be judged by his appearance. I didn't expect that he's actually an alchemy God in hiding. At this time, how could the villagers still remember the mocking from before? The few words, 4 divine rank powerhouses, seemed to have magical power, making everyone change their tones immediately. A divine realm powerhouse was the realm that every hunter in the village yearned for. But to this day, a divine rank powerhouse had never appeared in the village before. To mortals, taking this step was far too difficult. Could not be realized throughout their entire lives too. But Yi Yuan casually drew with his hands and magicked out 4 divine rank powerhouses. How formidable was this? Chun Yong was incredibly embarrassed. As said at one side. Seeing Axiu's besotted appearance, the vat of vinegar in his heart was instantly knocked over again. Humph! What's impressive about it? I can also cultivate to the deity realm by cultivating myself. He thought so in his heart, but his eyes still flitted towards the jade heart pills without putting up a fight. As for Chun Lai and Qin Jian, their eyes had never left the jade heart pills before. Their bodies even agitated until it was quivering. That was deity realm. Chun Yen was experienced with age in the end, and was the first to recover from the shock. He coughed dryly twice and called everyone's souls back, and slowly said, Chun Lai, Chun Jian, the two of you each get a divine-grade jade heart pill and immediately enter closed seclusion. You must break through to the deity realm before tomorrow. Yes, Uncle Yen. The two people were wildly ecstatic and carefully received the medicinal pill from Chun Yan's hands, and they left with large strides. Chun Yen carefully put away the two remaining jade heart pills and said to Chun Yong and Axiu, Ayong, Axiu, these two medicinal pills are saved for you. From today onwards, you have to cultivate diligently and reach the peak mortal realm as soon as possible. Ayong finally let out a sigh and said with cupped fists, Yes, Grandpa Yen. When he said this, he could not resist secretly sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan and discovered that the other party was absorbed in thought, and he could not help secretly heaving a sigh in relief. Fortunately, this guy did not haggle over things. Otherwise, if he taunted a few words, his face would have nowhere to go. Especially that it was in front of Axiu. Grandpa, this isn't far. The medicinal pills were refined by Aining. Why isn't one left for him? Axiu said unhappily. Chun Yen smiled bitterly and said, It is not that Grandpa is taking advantage of Aining, but even if this medicinal pill was consumed by him, it also won't have the least bit of use. Axiu was puzzled and asked, This is a divine pill. How can that be possible? Chun Yen said, Aining suffered heavy injuries. Spiritual energy can't be stored in his body at all. Even if he eats this spirit medicine, it will also be all in vain in the end. Axiu still wanted to say something, but he heard Yi Yuan smile and said, Axiu, it was you and Grandpa Yen who saved me. You taking this medicinal pill ought to be too. Perhaps I can refine even more incredible medicinal pills in the future? The moment these words came out, Chun Yan's two eyes shone. Goodness! Why didn't I think of this? After Chun Lai and Chun Jian broke through to the deity realm, getting divine rank spirit medicines would become much easier. At that time, thinking up to here, Chun Yen was virtually losing control of the feverishness in his heart. Maybe he had hopes of breaking through to the deity realm too. Uncle Yen, things are bad. Luo Xing brought the Luo village's people and came to collect taxes in advance. Everyone was currently immersed in their fantasy when someone suddenly came to report, shattering all the fantasies to pieces at once. No one thought that Luo Xing actually came so quickly. Chun Lai and Qin Jian, two people, were definitely already in closed seclusion right now and could not be interrupted. If Luo Xing discovered that jade heart pills, the Chun village would likely face a catastrophic disaster. In this county area, there was no justice to talk about. Whoever's fist was larger, whoever was the law. Luo Xing was the sole deity realm powerhouse in the radius of 10,000 miles. His words were the imperial edict. Furthermore, it was absolutely impossible for Luo Xing to passively watch the Qin village grow. Chun Yan's face fell and he said, Everybody follow me. The matter of the jade heart pills absolutely can't be divulged. Each and every one of you put away your expressions and pretend like there's nothing. Once the slightest hint is divulged, everyone will have to die, understand? Everyone's faces turned austere, nodding their heads one after another. Chun Yen chased the villagers out, found a hidden area, and put away the two jade heart pills before following out. Chun Yen led everyone out of the village. They saw a middle-aged man in brocade opposite of them had unparalleled martial prowess. A large contingent of troops was brought along behind him, the soldiers being strong and the horses stu. R. Dysprosium. Just the grand completion mortal realm powerhouses were more than 10 people. Chen Yen did not say a word and directly knelt down toward Luo Xing, who was riding on a horse. Chen Village's Chen Yen leads the villagers to offer greetings to Divine Being, Lord Luo. With him kneeling, the rest knelt down one after another and called out, offering greetings to Divine Being Lord Luo. In the eyes of these mortal realms, Deity Realm was an invincible existence, being addressed respectfully as Divine Being. And in Luo Xing's eyes, these villagers were all ants. Seeing him, they had to kneel down. Otherwise, it was death. Suddenly, Luo Xing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, who are you? Why didn't you kneel seeing this G.O.D.?" Chen Yen turned around and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there blankly with his brows furrowed, deep in thought, and could not help being scared out of his wits. How could this boy be dumb at the critical juncture? When Yi Yuan saw everyone kneel, his brows knitted together instinctively. No idea why. He did not want to kneel toward this person. At the thought of wanting to kneel, every pore on Yi Yuan's body was resisting. This was the pride that stemmed from his bones. Even if he lost his memories, he could not be wiped away too. A mere grotto profound, only just entered divine Tao. What qualifications did he have to make the exalted second sage kneel? The exalted second sage, that was the figure standing at the very summit of this heaven-span world. Could he, Luo Xing, accept a kneel from the second sage? Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought as he looked at Luo Xing. Suddenly, he said with a serious face, I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. Chapter 2204. As easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 2204. As easy as blowing off dust. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Chen Yan's head went buzzing and almost exploded. Why did this boy not know the proper way to act at this sort of time? As long as he endured until Chen Lai they all broke through, with 2 mighty deity realms here, would they still need to be afraid of Luo Xing? Aining, quickly kneel down. The prestige of Divine Being can't be affronted. Chen Yen said with a low cry. But Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, Grandpa Yen, I've considered it very seriously. He really can't take it. Haha! Luo Xing let out a loud laugh and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, A trash who doesn't even have essence energy actually says that this deity can't handle a kneel from you? If I insist on you making obeisance today? Yi Yuan thought about it and said again with a serious look, I won't do obeisance even if I die. Luo Xing nodded slightly and said to the subordinate beside him, Go, make him kneel down. If he doesn't kneel, beat until he kneels. Chen Yan's expression changed greatly and he wanted to get up, but then he heard Luo Xing say in a solemn voice, body is allowed to move. Anyone who moves dies. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to move? They did not understand why Yi Yuan would be so stubborn. Just making an obeisance, one would not die. That subordinate had a pleased look as he swaggered in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Axius suddenly stood up. Blocking in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a stubborn look, You're not allowed to touch him. Pa. Everyone did not react to it and Axiu was already struck flying by the subordinate with one slap. Divine Being said that whoever moves dies. Are you deaf? As he said, the subordinate pulled out the saber at his waist and chopped over toward Axiu without the slightest hesitation. Axiu! Chen Yan's face changed wildly, but it was already too late to want to stop it. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too, and pounced toward Axiu without thinking, using his body to protect her below him. Clank! This saber landed on Yi Yuan's body without the slightest hesitation and emitted the sound of metal class. Hi+ing. The faces of the villagers changed again and again. They first gave a cry of surprise, all thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But Yi Yuan did not die. The saber shattered. Yes, completely and utterly shattered. Ouch! My hand! The subordinate gave a painful cry. The saber that only had the hilt remaining fell to the ground, the webbing between his thumb and index finger being shocked until fresh blood spurted wildly. Everyone had stunned faces. The one who was hacked was fine, while the person hacking was badly mutilated. What happened? Could it be that Aining's body is as tough and strong as steel? This guy is really strange. Casually refining divine-grade divine pills, and being impervious to swords and spears from head to toe. It turned out that even after losing one's memories, the person could still be so formidable. Only Chen Yong's gaze flickered, connecting it to Yi Yuan's ease when chopping firewood in his mind. Could it be that this guy was a body refinement martial artist in the past? Now, he somewhat believed Grandpa Yan's words. Yi Yuan's origins were likely really not simple. Luo Xing's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "No wonder you're so Kentucky. It turns out that you're a body refinement martial artist. However, in front of the power of deity realm, everything is drifting clouds." It was only to see him leap up. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas billowed to the sky. The faces of the villagers all turned ashen pale, being stunned by this power. This was the power of deity realm. This kind of power crushed everything. Die! Luo Xing arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a leap and planned on killing Yi Yuan with a palm. Facing this power, Yi Yuan's complexion also turned deathly pale. He wanted to avoid this palm, but once he dodged, Axia would die without a doubt. Helpless, he could only forcefully withstand this palm. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. Luo Xing fell back several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. This palm landing, Yi Yuan was completely unscathed, while his own palm already could not lift up any more. How could this guy's body be so tough? The villagers had blank faces, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Wasn't a deity realm an invincible existence? Why was it that when facing such a frail Aining, he could not even harm a hair? Luo Xing's face fell and he turned angry from embarrassment and said, "Brat, consider yourself ruthless. However, I want to see how many people you can protect. Kill for me. Spare none." Luo Xing's party was very strong, far from what the Qin village could compete with. Let alone that there was even Luo Xing, this deity realm powerhouse around. A hint of viciousness flashed across Luo Xing's eyes, and he said to Chen Yan in a cold voice, "Old thing, to dare defy this deity's orders, seeking death. Stop!" However, right at this moment, two powerful auras surged to the sky, arriving in front of everyone in an instant. Patriarch Aegean. When the villagers saw these two people, each and every one of them was inexplicably roused. While Chen Yan had a look of astonishment on his face, as he said in shock, "How did you guys break through so fast?" Chen Lai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Upon swallowing the medicinal pill, my realm reached grand completion, then I broke through to the grotto profound realm without the slightest obstacle, not needing the slightest effort at all." Chen Jian also had a look of wonder as he said, "Me too. Furthermore, this is still only the beginning. My realm is soaring crazily all the way, breaking through all the way to the late-stage grotto profound realm before stabilizing." Chen Lai nodded his head and said, "Me too. What's even scarier is that even though I broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm, my realm is incomparably sturdy, without the slightest signs of instability." Chen Lai and Chen Jian's current realm was not the initial stage grotto profound realm, but it was the late-stage grotto profound realm. When Luo Xing saw these two people, his face immediately turned ashen, shock on his face. He was angered out of his mind by Yi Yuan just now and did not detect that these two people were not around for some time. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye Chen Lai and Chen Jian, these two people, actually directly broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm. Meanwhile, he was merely just at the initial stage grotto profound realm. Chun Lai two people could trample him to death with one foot. But at this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to him. Everyone cast shocked gazes toward Yi Yuan once more. Just what kind of medicinal pills did this guy refine? Even Chun Yen was also in a mess this time. He had never heard before that a divine-grade divine pill could let a mortal directly break through to late-stage grotto profound realm. This sort of thing was simply fantastical. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already the limits of what he understood. As for whatever purple spirit, void spirit, with his status, he was unable to come into contact with them at all. Of course, if he came into contact with them, he would only be more shocked. How could he know that the Jade Heart pills, which Yi Yuan casually refined, already reached the peak of vast spirit divine grade? Although Yi Yuan was still in a state of amnesia currently, his pill refining skills practically flooded every cell in his body. Refining a mere rank 1 divine pill was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, wasting his talents on a petty job. Alright. Talk about aining matters afterward. We need to deal with the matter on hand first. Chun Yen adjusted his dry throat and said. Chun Lai nodded slightly and looked towards Luo Xun, his face full of killing intent. Thud. Luo Xing directly knelt down without another word and wept. T2 lords, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to spare my life. From today onward, the Luo village will follow the Chen village's lead. Oh right, this lowly one collected quite a few good stuff these few years. I'm willing to offer them up. Chun Lai's gaze turned intent and he said, Are there divine rank spirit medicines? Luo Xing repeatedly nodded and said, There are some. Chun Lai and Chun Jian exchanged a glance and smiled. Chapter 2205 Deity Realm Village. Chapter 2205 Deity Realm Village. Under the attentive gazes of the villagers, Chun Yong and Axiu walked out of closed seclusion. The auras on their bodies were already totally different. Deity Realm. After these two people consumed the Jade Heart pills that Yi Yuan refined, they broke through to Deity Realm without the slightest surprise. Furthermore, these two people actually both reached middle stage grotto profound realm. The power of the medicinal efficacy dumbfounded everyone. With this kind of miraculous medicinal pill, how was there still a need to cultivate? Prior to this, Chun Yong and Axiu still had a long way to go from the grand completion mortal realm. But in a twinkle, they were already deity realm powerhouses. The realm that was once far beyond reach, the Chun village actually suddenly had 4 of them in one day. The villagers felt like they were dreaming. TSK, Aining is really our village's treasure. Uncle Yen, you really picked up a big treasure for our Chun village. Aining, my family's Chun'er has just nicely reached a marriageable age. Why don't you consider it? A group of villagers crowded around Yi Yuan, pulling and yanking on him, making Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. Alright. Aining isn't someone who belongs in a shallow pond. Our village can't hold him. Chun Yen chased everyone away and said crossly. He did not lose his head by everything in front of him. Being able to refine such magical medicinal pills, Yi Yuan was absolutely not an ordinary person. How could a measly little Chun village hold this great Buddha? Chun Yen sneaked a glance at his granddaughter. Seeing the look in his granddaughter's eyes, he could not help sighing slightly in his heart. Originally, everyone thought that Axiu and Iung were a pair. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely unlocked Axiu's maiden feelings. It was just that, the dropping flowers pine for love, while the heartless brook will probably babble on. Even if Axiu broke through to the deity realm now, she likely could not match up to Yi Yuan at all too. Even though he did not know what kind of grade the Jade Heart pills reached, without a doubt, it already exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan could even refine such heaven-defying medicinal pills under a state of amnesia and his divine essence being completely lost. It could be seen how formidable he was before. "Ayang, Axiu, why haven't you come over and thank Aining?" Chen Yen said in a solemn voice. Chen Yong's expression was complicated. Finally, he still came before Yi Yuan and gave a bow, saying, "Many thanks, Aining." While Axiu said in surprise, "Aining, this medicinal pill is too magical. After I swallowed it, it's simply like I can automatically cultivate, breaking through to the deity realm in a blink of an eye." Yi Yuan scratched his head and said with a vacant look, Is it very impressive?" "I don't know either." Axiu nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Very impressive. Very impressive. Didn't you see that Luo Xing's expression? He even wanted to cry previously." Yi Yuan smiled bashfully. Thinking about it, he seemed to really be quite impressive. After several days, Chen Jian brought Luo Xing back. Everyone was very curious, not knowing what things Chen Jian brought back. In front of everyone, Chen Jian chuckled and said, "Got to say, this guy really hid quite a number of good stuff these few years. Their Luo village even got a miniature medicine garden and planted quite a few divine rank spirit medicines inside. This time, I raided all of them in one go." When Chen Yen and the rest listened until here, each and every one of their eyes shone. What they hoped to hear the most right now were divine rank spirit medicines. What did divine rank spirit medicines signify? A stock of quasi-divine rank Jade Heart GRAS created 4 grotto profound realm powerhouses. If there was a batch of divine rank spirit medicines placed here, what would happen later already did not need to think too much. The villagers were all wildly ecstatic. If the spirit medicines were sufficient, could they also break through to the deity realm? "Russell." Chen Jian let out the bunch of things inside the storage ring. Chen Yan's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a look of wild elation. "Sundered S.P. A seaweed, silver frost ginseng, seamless flower. Also, this is a divine rank Jade Heart GRAS. I didn't expect that the Luo village actually collected so many good things," Chen Yen said agitatedly. By the side, Luo Xing had long become a bitter-gourd face. The divine rank spirit medicines that he gathered these few years were planned on using for himself to break through. Who knew that it was wiped out all at once today? Aining this, Chen Yen looked toward Yi Yuan pleadingly, somewhat fidgety in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'll give it a shot then." Chen Yen was overjoyed when he heard that and brought a bunch of spirit medicines into the refining room. Following that, various sorts of light would come out of the refining room from time to time. Outside the house, the expression of Luo Xing, who was watching Yi Yuan refine pills for the first time, was fascinating to the extreme. This is simply a miracle. I've never heard before that someone can refine pills like this. No wonder your Qin village has 4 deity realm powerhouses that appear all of a sudden. Who in the world is this young man?" Luo Xing said in shock. Chen Lai smiled until his mouth could not close, and he said with a proud look, 3 years ago, Aining sustained serious injuries. It was Uncle Yen and Axiu who saved him. As for who he is, we don't know as well." Although he did not know, the smugness on Chen Lai's face could not be concealed no matter what. Because he knew that the Chen village would become completely different from today onward. Seeing Chen Lai's expression, Luo Xing's heart felt as awful as having eaten a fly. But he could not hold back his feelings of envy. Freaking hell, why didn't I encounter this sort of good thing? Luo Xing secretly cursed in his heart. The efficiency of Yi Yuan's array formation pill refinement was very high. In less than half a day, these spirit medicines that Chen Jian brought were refined into all sorts of medicinal pills by him. Furthermore, each medicinal pill emitted an extraordinary aura. Clearly, the grade was extremely high. Chen Yen, Chen Lai, and the rest had wide beams on their faces. With these medicinal pills, the Chen village would completely soar to the sky with one bound. Cloud River County, City Lord Manor. City Lord Huang Wei was currently discussing matters with the few major family heads in the city when City Guard Commander, Li Zhe, suddenly barged inside. Huang Wei's brows furrowed and he said, "What are you acting rashly for? Don't know the rules?" But Li Zhe right away said, "Your Excellency, something big happened. This subordinate doesn't dare to dawdle." Huang Wei said coolly, "My Cloud River City has always been peaceful. What major thing can happen?" Li Zhe said, "Your Excellency, a deity realm village appeared outside of Cloud River City. Overnight, this Qin village's population of 121 people all broke through to deity realm." "What did you say?" When Huang Wei heard this, he suddenly shot to his feet, not quite daring to believe his ears. "Overnight? Got to be a joke. The people in this village wouldn't have been struck by lightning, right? Commander Li, food can just be eaten, but words can't simply be said. Even if a capital city's 3-star alchemy god came, it's also impossible to create 100 over deity realms overnight, right?" When the few family heads heard this, they all had disbelieving look. They could not resist scoffing at Li Zhe. But Li Zhe said, "Your Excellency, this subordinate has a squire who went to the Luo village in the vicinity of this Qin village. He returned to his hometown to pay a visit to his elders this time and brought back this news. At first, this subordinate didn't believe it either. But this subordinate personally went to investigate and verify it. This matter is absolutely true." Everyone's expression turned stiff with shocked faces. Li Zhe personally took a trip, looks like it would not be wrong. But this sort of thing was too fantastical. Chapter 2206. Collecting Ancient Records. Chapter 2206. Collecting ancient records. To this day, Chun Yen still felt that he was having a dream. The Chun village actually became a deity realm village. Even those brats who were still wet behind their ears, after consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they also broke through to deity realm overnight. Yi Yuan's pair of hands was seemingly able to transform the rotten into something magical. The deity realm that was as high as the clouds in their eyes, Yi Yuan could casually create them. And now, even Cloud River City's city lord was waiting outside of the village respectfully, not daring to have the least bit of arrogance. That was Cloud River City's city lord, an origin deity realm mighty expert. Origin deity realm was once an unreachable existence to the Qin village, a figure in the heavens. But now, he was actually standing outside the village, obediently. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Yen pushed the door and went in. Yi Yuan was currently holding his superficial alchemy Dao records and CLA S6 and reading with great gusto. "Aining," Chen Yen called smilingly. Yi Yuan put down the book, got up, and said with a smile, "Grandpa Yen." Chen Yen smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down, and saw, "Oh, Aining, this old man's books probably can't enter your sights at all, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said seriously, "Although Grandpa Yan's books are shallow, I still learned many things from them. I've already finished reading these books and made some remarks on them." Reading these alchemy Dao records, Yi Yuan understood with one glance and did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to find his own past from them. Chen Yen received them to take a look and could not help trembling all over. It was only to see that many things were recorded densely on the records. Yi Yuan's casual annotations immediately enlightened many areas that he did not understand in the past. Briefly reading a few lines, he actually had a feeling of being enlightened. Yi Yuan's casual annotations were already no idea how many times more brilliant than the contents in these books. Chen Yen was sure that Yi Yuan's level was definitely 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more brilliant than the people who wrote the books. Incisive. Truly penetrating. Aining, you must have been an incredible high-level alchemy god in the past. Chen Yen sighed with admiration as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, "I also feel that way. Regardless of whether it is refining pills or reading books, I have a very familiar feeling. It's as if I was born for the sake of refining pills. Oh right, is Grandpa Yen finding me for something? Only then did Chen Yen wake up from the shock and said rather embarrassedly, almost forgot the official matters. Cloud River City's city lord has come to realize the truth. Lord Huang Wei brought the family heads of the 5 major families in the city, and they personally came to our Chun village to request an audience with you. They don't dare to come in and disturb, and are currently waiting outside the village. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "To see me?" Chun Yen smiled bitterly and said, "Our Chun village, the old and young, have all become deity realm powerhouses now. It already shocked all the neighboring households. It's also not strange that City Lord knows. The status of Alchemy Gods is venerated. He's definitely coming to find you to request for pills." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'll meet him then." When Huang Wei and the few major family heads saw Yi Yuan, they were utterly stunned. The one who created a deity realm village overnight was an ordinary person who did not even have divine essence? He looked towards Chun Yen rather strangely, wondering if this guy was playing them. Chun Yen hurriedly explained, "City Lord, Aining has always maneuvered heaven and earth spiritual energy to refine pills with array formations and doesn't need medicinal cauldrons or divine essence." Huang Wei's whole body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, "His array formation refining pills." The few people exchanged glances and bowed respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, "Cloud River City's city lord, Huang Wei, offers greetings to Master Ning." Yi Yuan returned the bow and said, "Your Excellency doesn't have to be courteous." Huang Wei said, "This city lord's intention of coming, I believe that Master Ning already knows. However, I still want to witness Master's medicinal pills." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Grandpa Yen." Chun Yen understood and took out a jade bottle and said it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei received the medicinal bottle and only took one look and cried out in surprise, "This is Profound Origin Pill. What a high-quality Profound Origin Pill. Master Shu Ping, you come and take a look." As he said, he said the medicinal pill to an old man beside him. Very clearly, this old man was also an Alchemy God, a 2-star Alchemy God. Shu Ping's breaking was already somewhat losing control starting from when he saw the medicinal pill. He received the Profound Origin Pill somewhat tremblingly and started looking closely at it. When everyone saw Shu Ping's expression, each and every one of them felt lost. They knew that this medicinal pill's quality was very high, but as for the specifics of how high, they did not know. Shu Ping looked at it and tears actually strewn down his old face as he wept and said, "Didn't expect it. Truly didn't expect it. Having seen this pill, this old man can die without regrets." His expression whetted everyone's appetite. Yet, this old guy was performing there alone and refused to talk about the subject of the matter. Huang Wei could not resist asking, "Master Shu Ping, just what is so extraordinary about this medicinal pill?" Only then did Shu Ping woke up and said with lingering palpitations in his heart, "Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This is a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Being able to see a Vast Spirit Divine Pill in this lifetime, this old man can die without regrets." The other few people trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Vast Spirit Divine Pill, that was a medicinal pill of the legends. Even if a 5-star Alchemy God came, it was also completely impossible to refine a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Now, it actually appeared in a county's small village. This young man absolutely had an extraordinary background. While Chun Yen had a baffled look. He completely did not know what a Vast Spirit Divine Pill was. But seeing that the expression of a 2-star Alchemy God was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, he also knew that it was unusual. It seemed like he still underestimated Aining. Huang Wei suddenly got up and gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ning's great talent is too unworthy of this small village. Is it possible for you to move to the City Lord Manor? As long as Master Ning goes to the City Lord Manor, this Huang will definitely treat you cordially to the highest standards. Chun Yan's expression changed. This fellow was S.N.A.T.C. Hing people. No way, he said without the slightest hesitation. Huang Wei's face fell. Normally, someone with a status like Chun Yan would have long been smacked to death by him with one slap. But this way, he would be offending Master Ning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no need to go to the City Lord Manor. There's no problem with you guys coming to find me to refine pills, but I have a condition." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Huang Wei had a look of disappointment. At the latter half, he had an enthusiastic look again as he said, "What condition is there? Master Ning, feel free to speak up." Yi Yuan said, "Help me collect alchemy Dao records. No matter what kind they are, however many there are, the more the merrier." Huang Wei had a curious look as he said, "Master Ning, with your alchemy strength, is there still a need to look at these alchemy Dao records?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There is no end to learning. There's no harm in reading more books." Huang Wei and the rest revealed looks of admiration and said with a nod, "Master Ning, rest assured. Leave this small matter to this Huang." At this time, Shu Ping suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master Ning, this Shu knows quite a few people in the same pursuit. Getting some alchemy Dao records shouldn't be anything difficult. This Shu doesn't request for medicinal pills. I only request to be able to stay by Master Ning's side and observe you refining pills from the sidelines. I wonder if that's allowed?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "No problem." Chapter 2207. Heaven Rewards the Faithful. Chapter 2207. Heaven Rewards the Faithful. The noonday sun shone high above. Bright Moon Restaurant was bustling with activity, having all sorts of voices mingling together. It was very noisy. But as the top restaurant in Dragonstone Imperial City, this place was the place where information was well connected. At this time, 5 martial artists were currently chatting merrily at a large table. A man who had a scar on his face said mysteriously, "Have you guys heard? These few years, a big shot appeared in the east region of Kindness Imperial City." With him saying this, it indeed aroused the attention of the other few people. A younger brother said with interest, "Elder brother Scar, you're the most well-informed. Tell us what incredible big shot appeared." Elder brother Scar chuckled and said, "This remarkable figure isn't in Kindness Imperial City, but in a village that's in the wilderness of a county subordinate to Kindness Imperial City. This person is called Master Ning, his alchemy skills being exceptional." A companion said disdainfully, "Haha, elder brother Scar, you're talking nonsense here. What remarkable great figure can appear in a wild countryside's village?" The moment elder brother Scar heard, he was immediately annoyed and said with a cold smile, "What the hell do you know? This person is called Master Ning. Over 60 years ago, this Master Ning rose into prominence, completely turning a village that was full of mortals all into grotto profound realms overnight. At present, more than 60 years have passed. Those mortals that followed him back then are all Divine Lord Realm now. That tiny little village is full of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses now." The moment these words came out, the few people at the table sucked in a cold breath. A village with all the people being at the Divine Lord Realm, how terrifying was this? In just 60 years, making a village of mortals all reaching the Divine Lord Realm, was this something that a human could accomplish? A companion said with a look of disbelief, "Elder brother Scar, you're also being too ridiculous, right? This sort of thing, even a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. likely can't do it too, right?" Elder brother Scar sipped a mouthful of wine and said with a chuckle, "Therefore, that's why I said that he's a remarkable great figure. Right now, the heavyweights of the several dozen imperial cities around that village, even the heavyweights of imperial capitals, are virtually all his esteemed guests. Our Dragonstone Imperial City is a little far away from Kindness Imperial City, so the news is much slower. At first, I didn't believe it either. But a friend of mine heard this news when he was traveling outside and really dropped by to request for pills. In the end, he broke through. His companions' faces were full of shock. Elder Brother Scar was a third firmament divine lord. Being able to be his friend, it was naturally a person at the divine lord realm too. Being able to let a divine lord realm break through so casually, it was definitely not what an ordinary person could do. Elder Brother Scar, such an Astonies. H.I. plus in great figure, would the medicinal pills be so easy to request? A companion asked curiously. Elder Brother Scar smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you not believe it just now?" The companion gave an awkward laugh and said, "Not that I don't believe, but it's truly that it's somewhat fantastical." Elder Brother Scar had the intention of showing off as he said smugly, saying that master's medicinal pills are easy to request for, they are easy. Saying that they aren't easy to request for, it's also not easy. It just depends on whether you have that affinity or not. The companion's appet. 1. He was also successfully wetted up and he asked with a curious look, "Oh? What does that mean?" Elder Brother Scar smiled and said, "This master wants for nothing and only asks for Alchemy Dao records. Furthermore, as long as it's an Alchemy Dao record, he would accept it without exception and refine medicinal pills for you. But a few years ago, it was naturally a little easier to ask for it. But along with the Pa's Sage of Time, the records in that master's hands got more and more. The duplicates naturally also got more and more. This way, medicinal pills became harder to ask for. That friend of mine obtained before an Alchemy Dao record in his early years. It just so happened that master didn't have it. That's how he succeeded by a fluke." Everyone had a look of realization and said, "So that's how it is." The more Elder Brother Scar said, the more proud of himself he got as he continued. "Furthermore, I heard that this Master Ning doesn't have any divine essence in his body, relying completely on array formations when refining pills. Even so, the quality of the medicinal pills that he refines is extremely high. The pills absolutely won't be below divine grade. Medicinal pills that have been refined by him have already been hiked to a sky-high price outside. Furthermore, there was demand, but no market." When the companions heard, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. Not far away, a man and a woman sat by the window. The woman had a fine gauze covering her face, her body trembling slightly. The man opposite sighed and said, "The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment too. What they are talking about is Master Ning." The girl suddenly calmed down again and said softly, "Even if I search until the seas wither and rocks decay, I also have to find young master." The man let out another sigh and said, "Really envy him, to be able to have lovers like you all." Done talking, the man put down a few pieces of divine essence stones on the table and got up and said, "Come on. I hope that this piece of news isn't simply a waste of effort this time." The girl with the fine gauze nodded slightly, got up, and left Bright Moon Restaurant with the man. Over 60 years Pa's said quickly. The originally quiet little village became the most bustling place in a radius of 10 million miles. Churn Village had many powerhouses coming and going every day. In these 60 years, Master Ning's reputation grew more and more resounding. Powerhouses of various places came due to his fame. It alarmed the surrounding capital cities, imperial cities, and even imperial capitals. In just 60 years, apart from refining pills, Yi Yuan only did one thing. That was reading books. The Alchemy Dao records that he collected were enough to fill a house to the rafters. He immersed himself in the Alchemy Dao records every day. He could not remember the things in the past, but amidst the pill refinements and Alchemy Dao records, he seemed to be able to find a trace of his past shadow. Being very wide-read, Yi Yuan gleaned much nourishment from it. Gathering knowledge from around the world, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength also advanced by leaps and bounds unknowingly. With the pill-refining strength that Yi Yuan exhibited, there were naturally people who had devious ideas before too. But ever since a celestial deity realm powerhouse entered the Chun village and never came out again, no one dared to have designs on the Chun village anymore. Along with the Pas Sing of time, Yi Yuan's injuries got better bit by bit. Although he still did not have divine essence, over 60 years Pas said, his fleshy body already recovered 30 to 40%. Ordinary celestial deity realms were unable to get close to him at all. Aining, someone came to request for pills again. They said that they brought many precious books this time that the village doesn't have. Axiu entered Yi Yuan's room and said joyfully. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip in his hand and said with slight surprise, "Is that so? To talk about the alchemy Dao records in my possession, there are really not many anymore. 60 years have passed," said. The alchemy Dao records that don't repeat also became fewer and fewer. Quickly bring me to go meet them. Axiu nodded her head and brought Yi Yuan out. The arrivals were a man and a woman. When Yi Yuan saw the two, he clasped his hands and said, "I wonder what medicinal pills the two of you want to ask for?" The man and woman both did not speak, but stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, their whole body trembling. The woman gently took off her face gauze, revealing a face that could topple kingdoms. When Axia saw this girl, she also could not help feeling ashamed of her unworthiness. She was somewhat marveling with admiration in her heart. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? However, the girl's state did not seem to be quite right. She was too agitated. Taking off the face gauze, her clothes were already drenched by tears. She looked at Yi Yuan and said agitatedly, "Young master, Luer knew that you'd definitely be fine. Definitely be fine." Chapter 2208. This guy needs stimulus. Chapter 2208. This guy needs stimulus. Young master? Miss, did you get the wrong person? Yi Yuan could not help being stunned and said. Luer's expression changed wildly. Her beautiful body trembled fiercely as she said in puzzlement, "Young master, I'm Luer. You don't recognize me anymore?" Over 60 years on tenterhooks, Luer's footprints practically covered everywhere in the Middle Realms. Finally, she saw Yi Yuan today. Who could have thought that they would fail to recognize each other despite meeting? What kind of huge blow was this? Luer's head spun, practically about to faint away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, trying hard to remember something. He really could not remember anything, but he kept feeling that he seemed to have been acquainted with Luer. "Miss, you know me?" "Sorry, I've already lost my memories for many years and really can't remember anything anymore," Yi Yuan said helplessly. But Axiu's brows furrowed, having an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. Could it be that this lady was Aining's lover? If this was the case, then wouldn't she not have any hope at all? In front of Luer's looks that could topple kingdoms, she really did not have any confidence at all. Right. If an accident didn't happen, how could young master possibly not come back and find me? Luer looked at Yi Yuan and said with a painful smile. "Yi Yuan, you scoundrel! I entrusted junior apprentice Sister Mengli to you. Forget that you didn't bring her out, but now you actually even forgot your own name and don't remember anyone anymore? To think that you still repeatedly called for Lier in the past, you've completely forgotten about her now, right?" The man beside Luer suddenly flew into a rage. This man was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. To talk about this Lin Chongqing, he was truly infatuated with Yu Mengli. Along with the Pas Sing of time, there was already no one who thought that Yi Yuan was still alive. But Lin Chongqing did not give up even when there was no news about Yu Mengli. Hence, he followed along with Luer and drifted for over 60 years, searching for Yi Yuan. The only clue was that the glimpse of golden light back then flew in the east direction. Hence, the two people followed along the angry Nether River and went east, searching city by city. During this, they also obtained many clues before. But in the end, they always returned disappointed. Hope became increasingly more bleak. Lin Chongqing also did not harbor much hope in his heart anymore. It was Luer's persistence that made them keep on walking until now. As the saying, heaven rewards the faithful, going through all kinds of hards, HI+PS and difficulties, they finally saw Yi Yuan. But who knew that it was such a situation? When Lin Chongqing saw Yi Yuan's appearance, these few years of grievance finally erupted thoroughly. When Yi Yuan heard Mengli 2 words, his heart ached for no reason. Hey! Who are you? To dare shout at Aining in Chen village, do you know where this place is? Axiu immediately blocked in front of Yi Yuan and berated them. These few years, the people who came to Chen village were all reverent and respectful. No one dared to shout and wrangle in front of Yi Yuan. Hence, Chen village's people, including Axiu, developed the habit of considering themselves superior. Seeing Lin Chongqing flew off the handle, Axiu naturally yelled, "Get lost! It has nothing to do with you here." Lin Chongqing's palm pushed lightly. Axiu's entire person immediately flew out, but he had a sense of propriety when he made his move. Although Axiu was injured, it was not serious. Axiu! Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, glaring at Lin Chongqing after that. Lin Chongqing also looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said with a cold snort, "Since you don't remember anything, then I'll beat you until you remember." Bang! A terrifying aura released, the entire house was blasted to ashes. Everyone in Chen village was startled and gathered around one after another. What a strong aura! What boundary powerhouse is this young man? Could it be true God realm? *T. Aining's strength can still deal with celestial deities, but I'm afraid that it's inadequate to deal with true God realm powerhouses. Chen village's villagers were long already not ignorant people. They already had a great understanding of this heaven-span world's division in cultivation realms. These few years they had also seen before many powerhouses, even celestial deity realm powerhouses. But no one had ever given them such a powerful pressure before. Within 100,000 feet, they were practically all unable to stand. Bang! Lin Chongqing did not say a word, raising his hand. He punched toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was caught off guard and directly blasted out by that single punch. Ha ha ha, why didn't you retaliate? Back then, weren't you very KY in fallen maple Bodhidharma? Didn't you say that I'm not from the same world as you? What about now? You look at yourself, just like a dog. If it wasn't for me showing mercy, you'd already be dead just now. Lin Chongqing let out a wild laugh as he said. Actually, toward Yi Yuan, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, he was clear in his heart that it was simply impossible for him and Yi Yuan to be in the same world. Persisting until today, he just could not feel at ease about Yu Mengli and wanted to seek confirmation about her safety from Yi Yuan's mouth. That was all. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually became like this. Yi Yuan slowly got up, his gaze becoming icy cold. "Everybody fall back," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The villagers all had solemn expressions, retreating one after another. Lin Chongqing sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Oh? Angry? You're just a cripple now. You don't even have divine essence, while your fleshly body only just recovered 30 to 40% strength. This bit of strength still want to deal with this Empyrean?" Luer frowned and said, "Lin Chongqing." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Relax, I won't kill this guy. This guy needs a stimulus." Luer opened her mouth but did not stop it in the end. Perhaps this could be regarded as a method. By the side, the villagers were all stricken dumb with amazement. This Empyrean, heavenly Empyrean, only an Empyrean powerhouse would call themselves this Empyrean. This young man was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Too terrifying. Even if they were already no longer what they used to be, Empyrean powerhouses were still existences that they were unable to imagine. Could it be that this Empyrean was actually old acquaintances with Aining? Lin Chongqing laughed and said, "Today, this Empyrean is going to trample you underfoot." Swaz. Plus Lin Chongqing did not say another word. Raising his hand, it was another punch. Bang! The void trembled wildly. This time, Yi Yuan was blasted flying. On the contrary, it was Lin Chongqing who was shocked until he fell back several steps in a row. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Instant array formation! How is it possible? This guy doesn't even have a trace of divine essence, and yet he can actually perform instant array formation?" In that instant just now, Yi Yuan laid down an array formation, blocking Lin Chongqing's attack. Of course, Lin Chongqing did not bring out his true strength. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing coldly and said, "Even if you know me, you also can't bully Axia. This score, I'm going to settle it for her." Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, "So what if bully her? Heh, you're indeed not an ordinary guy. I didn't expect that in such a predicament already, you still have such strength. Today, this Empyrean wants to see to what extent your instant array formation can achieve." Bang! Lin Chongqing's divine essence erupted, his strength immediately soaring significantly. "Haha, be careful. This Empyrean is coming." Lin Chongqing's aura skyrocketed, directly +ing over toward Yi Yuan. Such power already reached the true G.O.D realm. How had the villagers seen before such shocking power? Each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Chapter 2209. Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study, Divine Soul Recovering. Chapter 2209. Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study, Divine Soul Recovering. Bang, bang, bang. The earth-shaking loud bangs spreaded throughout the wilderness. The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he got. His strength already rose to the limits of true G.O.D realm, but Yi Yuan relied on array formations and blocked off all of his attacks. Why was this fellow still so strong after being wrecked until like this? "I don't believe that I can't crack your tortoisesh." ELL. Lin Chongqing's temper also flared up. His aura suddenly soared wildly, directly breaking through to the Empyrean realm. The moment his Empyrean realm's aura appeared, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In this wilderness, he was an unrivaled celestial. On Jingning Mountain, when those fierce beasts felt this horrifying pressure, each and every one of them fled at full speed, all helter-skelter. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The movements of his hands became increasingly profound. In this cycle of 60 years, Yi Yuan read extensively on formation Tao and refining pills. Even he himself also did not know what kind of realm he reached. But without a doubt, he was very formidable. Through a cycle of 60 years' worth of operations, Yi Yuan ride many divine essence stones in his hands. It was sufficient to use to lay down formations. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. But the power of Yi Yuan's array formations actually rose another level out of the blue, blocking Lin Chongqing's attacks in its entirety. The villagers were long already struck dumb from watching. Only at this time did they know what kind of terrifying realm Aining's strength reached. It turns out that this is Aining's true strength. My G.O.D., our Chun village actually picked up a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Chen Yan's gaze flickered and he said, "I'm afraid that Aining isn't an ordinary 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Sigh, this day finally still had to arrive." Talking until here, Chen Yan's expression dimmed. He felt that the day of Yi Yuan's departure was probably arriving. Over these 60 years' time, Yi Yuan brought to the Qin village an earth-shaking transformation, bringing them to another world. Presently, their Qin village's strength could virtually sweep across any capital city. In just 60 years, to ordinary martial artists, it was not even enough to cultivate from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound. But Yi Yuan forcefully created a divine lord village. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he became, and the more force his hands exerted too. Right now, he already fused 2 kinds of law powers but was still unable to breach Yi Yuan's array formations. It failed to stimulate this guy, while I'm forced to use all my strength instead. A trash who doesn't even have divine essence actually forced out my full strength. Is this guy still human? Lin Chongqing secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan refreshed Lin Chongqing's view on life once more. The current Yi Yuan was simply a cripple. But even if Yi Yuan became a cripple, he still could not find any sense of superiority. Don't care anymore. Serves you right if I beat you to death. Lin Chongqing's heart burned with fire, with the strength of second firmament empyrean directly bursting forth. 3 kinds of fused law power made the void start to tremble. Bang bang bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. This time, Yi Yuan finally could not quite hold on anymore. Those array formations collapsed faster and faster under the bombardment of 3 kinds of fused law powers. Ha ha ha, see how you BC. Oh, see. KY still. This time, I must beat you until you submit. Lin Chongqing was delighted in his heart as he said with a big laugh. But right at this time, Yi Yuan actually already shut his eyes. Amen? Something's wrong. Lin Chongqing instinctively felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's array formations seemed to show signs of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject under his heavy pressure. The recoil force became stronger and stronger. With Lin Chongqing's eyesight, he could naturally tell. Although the power of Yi Yuan's array formations previously was extremely strong, they were all some scattered array formations that were not assembled. Each and every array formation was disjointed. But now, these messy array formations actually had signs of integrating into one. This guy is actually borrowing me to temper array formations. Freak. Truly a freak. Fine, since that's the case, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Lin Chongqing gave a cold cry and finally drew his long sword. Blue Cloud True Feather Sword. Lin Chongqing's strongest attack. 3 fused power of laws virtually sundered the void. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in shock. Luer even gave a tender cry, roaring angrily, Lin Chongqing, what are you doing? She completely did not have time to think too much, running like mad toward Yi Yuan. At this time, she only had one thought, that was to save Yi Yuan. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his hands instantly firing out several thousand pieces of high-grade divine essence stones. At the same time, an incomparably profound aura of law suddenly descended, landing on Yi Yuan's body. 100 schools of thoughts 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array seal. A cold cry came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The grand array suddenly formed. In an instant, the entire SPAC was frozen. Bang! Lin Chongqing's Blue Cloud True Feather sword landed on the grand array, but the grand array did not budge an inch. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer took any action and sat down cross-legged, allowing the aura of laws to descend freely. Inside the array formation, Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise and said, "This also works? This guy comprehended just like that?" He suddenly realized that he was still inside the cage and shouted madly, "Let me out, you'd A.M.N. fellow!" This 100 schools of thoughts 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array was incomparably solid, sealing shut all of the SPAC. His Blue Cloud True Feather sword was unable to leave behind a mark. Wanting to escape was simply a fool's talk. During these 60 years, Yi Yuan had browsed through no idea how many alchemy Dao records and created God knows how many major and minor array formations. It could be said to have gathered the forte of different schools. These abilities seemed to be imprinted in his body. Even if he did not remember anything, he could still rely on his instincts and comprehend them thoroughly. It was just that in the wake of his formation Dao and alchemy Dao strength becoming stronger and stronger, he naturally encountered a bottleneck. During these 60 years, all that he learned was overly multifarious, being unable to fuse them into one. But today, under Lin Chongqing's pressure, bit by bit, Yi Yuan finally broke through his limits and achieved mastery of everything through comprehensive study, successfully comprehending this heaven-defying grand array. While on the other hand, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm also achieved success without extra effort and was about to break through to the middle stage ancestor realm. This power of law was the reward for him. Law descending, the aura of Yi Yuan's divine soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise as he said, "This guy's alchemy Dao broke through. Divine soul recovery, wonder whether or not his memories can recover." Luer had a look of pleasant surprise as she said, "Definitely can. Definitely can." The villagers looked at this scene. Feeling the holy aura coming off Yi Yuan's body, they could not resist prostrating in wars. Hi+P Chen Yen smiled bitterly and said, "Turns out that this is Aining's original strength. He's not somebody in the same world with us at all." By the side, Axia bit her lips lightly, tears falling from her eyes. When Chen Yen saw this scene, he could not help secretly sighing in his heart. No idea how long had passed. Said either, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan finally returned. That moment she saw Yi Yuan's eyes, Luer knew that her young master had returned again. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and said with a sigh, "Luer, it's been hard on you these few years." Chapter 22:10. Giving a peach, returning a plum. Chapter 22:10. Giving a peach, returning a plum. Luer burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace. Shaking her head, she sobbed as she said, "It wasn't hard on Luer. It was young master who had it tough." How could she not understand? Yi Yuan becoming like this, he must have experienced a great battle without equal inside that black flame cave. Young master was just one person. What he shouldered back then, who could understand? Yi Yuan sighed again and said, "It's just a pity that I didn't bring Lier back." At this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the middle stage ancestor realm, his divine soul recovering, and became even stronger than before. The events inside the Black Flame Cave, he already remembered all of them. He and Nine Origin experienced a life-and-death great battle, triggering an enormous SPAC time black hole. Nine Origin was seriously injured. He was also similarly heavily wounded on the verge of death. Yi Yuan could feel that the power of divine steel-injecting spirit in his body disappeared completely. Looks like it should be the golden dragon in his body that saved him at the critical juncture. It was just that. Lier probably could not return anymore. Yi Yuan was mournful in his heart. He did not know what kind of world was the abyss, but wanting to bring Lier back from there was harder than ascending to the heavens. There was no need to talk about the might of abyss monsters. The divine race's strength was even above the abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's power alone was too meager. "Young master, elder sister Lier will definitely be fine." Luer suddenly stopped crying and said firmly. Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away her tears, his gaze unprecedentedly steadfast as he said, "Mn will be fine. Even if I trample this sky to pieces, I'll also bring her back. I think that she's also waiting for me." This was his solemn promise to Lier through the air. Inside the array formation, Lin Chongqing yelled loudly, "Hey! Are you guys done chatting? If you're done, let me out." These two chattered for half a day, directly treating him as heir. Yet, this array formation was like an iron cage. He was unable to budge it in the slightest. Only then did Yi Yuan remember Lin Chongqing. Hence, he casually waved his hand and dispelled the array formation. Lin Chongqing came before Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said unhappily, "You this fellow are really disgusting. Already became a cripple and you're actually still so formidable." Lin Chongqing was really incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually still able to force him into a hopeless situation under such a state. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lin Chongqing, still got to thank you a lot this time. Without you, don't know I'll have to wait until when to recover my memories." It was really all thanks to Lin Chongqing this time. Otherwise, for him to want to reconcile what he learned these few years, he would probably still have to wait until D knows how long. Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't give me that. I didn't do it for you. But speaking of which, what on earth did you experience inside that black flame cave? Why did you become like this? Also, where's junior apprentice Sister Mengli?" Although he knew that the likelihood of Yu Mengli returning was very low, he still could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and briefly recounted the events back then. Of course, he skipped over the matter of pulling Nine Origin into the Chaos World and having a great battle. This sort of thing was too earth-shaking. He did not want to let people know. A third Firmament Empyrean had a life-and-death great battle with an eighth Firmament Heavenly Emperor in his small world, and he even forcefully knocked the other party down a major cultivation realm. If this matter spread out, no idea what kind of storm it would stir. But even so, it was also sufficient to set the world on fire already. Yi Yuan faced the Divine Race and Abyss Monster army by himself, and he wiped out the other party's Abyss Monsters below late-stage Empyrean realm. This battle achievement could be rated as Freaky's H. Plus Lin Chongqing had entered the Black Flame Cave before and knew how strong these Abyss Monsters were. Even if he fused the power of 3 laws, he could at most fight to a draw with same-rank Abyss Monsters. But Yi Yuan actually slaughtered so many Abyss Monsters whose realms were even higher than his with his power alone. Furthermore, he even escaped outside. Closing his eyes, and he also knew how miserable the battle situation back then was. If it were others, even if they had 1,000 lives, they would also have died inside. Bang! Lin Chongqing suddenly smashed a fist hard on Yi Yuan's chest and said furiously, "Punk, I'll forgive you this time. But when your strength becomes powerful, you have to fetch junior apprentice Sister Mengli back. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Doesn't seem like it's your turn to come and say these words." Lin Chongqing was greatly enraged, but recalling Yi Yuan's mysterious array formation, he could only pull back hatefully. Actually, Yi Yuan knew what kind of feelings Lin Chongqing said this sentence with, and felt very warm in his heart. No matter what, this fellow's concern toward Liu was not fake. Otherwise, he also would not have accompanied Liu to look for him for so many years. "Do you have rank 7 spirit medicines on you?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Lin Chongqing was taken aback and said, "I do, why?" Yi Yuan said, "Take them all out, let me see." Lin Chongqing had a strange expression and took all of the rank 7 spirit medicines on him out, and asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan swept a glance over the rank 7 spirit medicines on Lin Chongqing and said with a nod, "Worthy of coming out from a heavenly emperor Bodamanda, your finances are still quite abundant. This time, being able to reconcile my knowledge and recover my memories, it's a huge favor from you. I'll help you refine a few medicinal pills. Take it as returning your favor." Lin Chongqing's eyes became wide saucers and he said with a look of disbelief, You want to use array formation to refine rank 7 divine pills?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just watch." Yi Yuan's feet moved swiftly, one divine essence stone after another shooting out, and started setting up the array formation. Lin Chongqing's heart shook wildly. He naturally knew formation Tao pill refinement, but he had never heard before that someone could refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Tao. The higher the rank of the medicinal pill was, the more difficult it would be. The degree of complexity was what normal people could not imagine at all. Let alone that the things involved in formation Tao pill refinement were 100 times, 1,000 times more complicated than directly refining the pill. Many 7-star alchemy GODs did not even figure out ordinary pill refinement. How could they have the ability to refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Tao? What on earth did this guy experience these few years? One array formation after another connected together, becoming more and more complicated and increasingly colossal. Finally, an array formation actually occupied more than half of the village. Such a colossal and complicated array formation, just looking at it gave people a headache, let alone talk about setting it up. Yi Yuan played the rank 7 spirit medicines in the center of the array formation. Casually throwing out a piece of divine essence stone, he gave a low cry, saying, "Formation, arise." The divine essence stone thrown out hit a piece of divine essence stone inside the array formation. Then, it seemed to have turned on the domino effect. The entire array formation was lit up very quickly. Bang! Terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly swarmed around from all directions, forming a massive spiritual energy tempest. Following that, this grand array sent out a magical scene. Inside the array formation, there were the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving without rest, as if it formed a world. Lin Chongqing seemingly became solemn. It was still his first time seeing such a magical alchemy technique. His mouth openly widely, unable to close for a long time. No idea how long had passed, said. Finally, the array formation stopped. A medicinal pill suspended in the air quietly, emitting a thick medicinal fragrance. Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, This is an end spirit divine pill. An end spirit emergence spirit ascension pill. Chapter 22:11. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border. Chapter 22:11. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border emergence spirit ascension pill, rank 7 divine pill after an Empyrean consumed it, it could improve cultivation, breaking through bottleneck. It was just a normal medicinal pill. However, a medicinal pill that had reached end spirit, it was no longer ordinary. Lin Chongqing was currently a second firmament Empyrean. With this emergence spirit ascension pill, Lin Chongqing would not have any more obstacles all the way until he broke through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, this process would be greatly shortened. With Lin Chongqing's talent, breaking through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean within a few thousand years was nothing difficult. But with this medicinal pill, the process would be cut down by at least 10 times. This was also to say that Lin Chongqing would break through to the fourth firmament Empyrean realm within 1 to 2 centuries. This kind of cultivation speed, when placed among those in the Empyrean realm, it was simply fantastical. Lin Chongqing looked at Yi Yuan and was shocked until his jaw was almost hitting the ground. You freak! How can there be a person like you in this world? Lin Chongqing said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, with the abyss monsters and the divine race coming into being, I'm afraid that the world is about to be thrown into chaos. After you go back, you still have to warn Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple and let him build up strength. This is to prepare for unforeseen events. I've once heard before that a long time ago, an apocalyptic battle had once occurred before. I'm afraid that the crisis this time won't be inferior to the Doomsday battle. Lin Chongqing was startled in his heart, his expression turning somber. Regarding Doomsday battle this term, it was clear that it was tragic to the extreme. Probably when the time came, no one in the heavenspan world could escape by sheer luck. He nodded his head solemnly and said, You rest assured. I'll send the news back and let Master make preparations early. Rather, the problem is you. You're a cripple now. What will you do? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax, I have my own way. Being quiet here for these several decades, I have made some accomplishment. Lin Chongqing's gaze flickered slightly, startled in his heart. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest signs of divine essence flowing in his body. It was clearly the symptom of a small world collapsing. The small world was the lifeblood of a martial artist. Even if there was a trace of damage, the price paid would be tremendous too. Considering Yi Yuan's situation, it was likely that his small world had already nearly collapsed and was simply unable to accommodate divine essence anymore. This kind of situation, this fellow had a way to restore it too? Lin Chongqing's eyes revealed a half-dubious look. All right, looking at your pathetic appearance, this Empyrean will give you a lift. Lin Chongqing's mouth curled as he said. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, saying with a nod, I'll have to trouble you. His divine essence was completely lost currently, fleshy body yet to recover, a long journey would take great effort. With Lin Chongqing this Empyrean around, it was much more convenient. Aining. At this time, Axius suddenly rushed out. Looking at Yi Yuan, her eyes were blurred with tears. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Axiu, I've already recovered my memories. These few years, thank you so much for your and Grandpa Yan's care. I'm called Yi Yuan, and I'm from the southern border's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If we're fated, we'll meet again. He and Axiu were ultimately not people of the same world. Rather than clinging on obstinately, it was better to cut the Gordian knot. Hence, even if there was 1,000 unwillingness, Yi Yuan did not express it either. Axiu could not hold back anymore, tears bursting out. In the end, she could only nod her head. She said, chokingly, Take care. Yi Yuan said goodbye to Chun Yen and the rest, and then he left together with Lin Chongqing and Luer. He had a score in his heart. The current Heavenly Eagle was likely long already in a complete mess. The reality was not too far from what Yi Yuan expected. With how vast the southern border was, there would always be some people who were well informed. The demon race's sacrificial temple established the second sage. This matter caused a great sensation. Hence, the southern border naturally knew as well. But later, they discovered that this second sage was actually the Yi Yuan who brought the entire southern border to its knees with his power alone back then. This shock was by no means insignificant. But several decades ago, another news came over that Yi Yuan's died in the Middle Realms, and the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a host of dragons without a leader. With this, everyone's thoughts started stirring. In the southern border's alchemy world, this was a huge piece of cake. But at present, the largest share of this huge piece of cake was grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower and the 7 great ancient families. These were 2 leviathans, the others did not dare to provoke. However, the tiny Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes currently. Because among the 3 forces that grasped the pill formulas, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was the weakest. The Southern Border Alliance began to cast covetous eyes toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader. Fortunately, with Empyrean Flutterfeather's protection, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City ultimately made it through many years. But along with the pious Sage of Time, the news of Yi Yuan's demise was confirmed. Many discordant voices also appeared within the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Flutterfeather's pressure grew greater and greater. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was, he was also just one of the southern border's many Heavenly Emperors. With the other Heavenly Emperors joining hands to apply pressure, he also had no choice but to be wary. Hence, these few years, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City began to fall into a precarious situation. At this time, inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone was jittery. Above the top of city walls, Bai Tong brought everyone in Heavenly Eagle, his expression being solemn. In the distance, countless black dots were currently closing in here rapidly. Bai Tong secretly sighed and said, "Looks like that kid can't make it in time. I just don't know if he's still alive or not." That kid he was talking about was naturally Yi Yuan. "His Excellency definitely won't die," Ning Tianping said with a firm look. Bai Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Whether or not he's dead, I don't know. How to pass this hurdle today?" Empyrean Piljade brought the entire southern border's alchemy world, and they came in a threatening manner. With this, Heavenly Eagle will likely face a catastrophic calamity. The other people's faces turned deathly pale, all having looks of despair on their faces. After being in a stalemate for several decades, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure finally still maintained silence under the pressure of the various parties. Hence, today, the Southern Border Alliance with Empyrean Piljade as the leader, came bearing down upon the border in a large force. How fast was the speed of the group of Empyreans? They arrived in an instant. Empyrean Piljade was high up above. Looking down at everyone below, he said with a cold smile, "Back then, that kid wreaked havoc at the Cloudpill Summit. He was so arrogant and domineering. He probably never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would experience this today, right?" By the side, the Empyrean Proudcloud, who was once forced into a hopeless situation by Yi Yuan, laughed loudly and said, "That punk was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. He didn't place us, these seniors, in his sights at all. This kind of person, dying outside is something sooner or later. Today, we'll eradicate Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and take the pill formulas. This southern border will be our Southern Border Alliance's world again." Empyrean Piljade nodded slightly. These few years, he had also spent it heavily oppressed. But today, he was going to gain back all the ground. He, Empyrean Piljade, was still the southern border's #1 Empyrean. Empyrean Piljade looked down and said in a clear voice, "Come here." The that he was talking about was naturally the Yun-Yi who took Yi Yuan as his master. For so many years, he let Yun-Yi do as he wished. It was actually in order to obtain Yi Yuan's trust. These few years, Yun-Yi's status in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high and already took charge of the Pill Tower. He was one of the leaders of Heavenly Eagle. Piljade was clear in his heart that Yun-Yi must have already grasped the secret of the pill formulas. Everything was within his scheme. At this time, everyone's gazes focused on Yun-Yi. "Heh, Yi Yuan, that brat is a fool." Empyrean Piljade's great-grandson. He actually put him in an important position. Isn't that so? If it were me, I'd have long chased him away. I heard that Yun-Yi improved at an incredible speed these few years and already reached the middle stage Dao realm. Furthermore, he must have grasped some pill formula's secrets. Quite a number of people were whispering with each other at Piljade's side. Chapter 22:12. What in the world are you persevering for? Chapter 22:12. What in the world are you persevering for? Under everyone's eyes, Yun-Yi slowly stepped forward. Empyrean Piljade had a slight smile on his face as he said with a nod, "This Empyrean knows that it's been tough on you these few years. In the entire Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, only you are the most suitable to inherit my mantle. In the future, you'll be Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's master." He was very satisfied with this great-grandson. Putting aside that he was exceedingly talented, he could even win Yi Yuan's trust. Especially back then, he could remain patient and insist on not leaving. It made Empyrean Piljade sit up and take notice of him even more. Had the right character, had talent, he was naturally the most suitable candidate to inherit his position. Yun-Yi's expression was complicated. He looked at Empyrean Piljade and had nothing to say for a while. When Empyrean Piljade saw that Yun-Yi did not react, his brows could not help furrowing and he said, "Why haven't you come over?" Yun-Yi drew a deep breath and directly knelt down and said in a clear voice, "Lord Great-Grandfather, Can you let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City off on the account of Ear's face? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Was this guy mad? That was his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Piljade's brows knitted tightly as he said in a solemn voice, "Ear, do you know what you're saying?" Yuni nodded and said, "Master's kindness toward me is as weighty as a mountain. He really taught me pill refinement techniques and pointed the way to a bright future for me. These few hundred years, Ear can be described as thoroughly remolded myself. In front of such great kindness, Ear is unable to betray Master and watch Heavenly Eagle without lending a helping hand." Yun Yi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Only all the way until he entered the Pill Tower did he know what was called true alchemy Tao. In these several hundred years, he could be described as casting off his old self and being reborn. The present Yun Yi was long already not the Yun Yi back then. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not HOARD anything from him and viewed him as a true successor, teaching him pill refinement. A master is like one's father. In Yun Yi's heart, he had long already taken Yi Yuan as his elder and treated him as his alchemy Tao guide, as well as treating him as a God-like senior. Making him betray Yi Yuan, he could not do it. Unfilial child, don't you forget your ident. One Tai. Empyrean Piljade said furiously. Yun Yi's way of doing things seriously made him lose face. It was simply blatant face-slapping. His own descendant was actually standing on the enemy's side. Yun Yi had a resolute look as he said, "Lord Great-Grandfather, Yun Yi doesn't dare to forget my ident." One Tai for a second. Just like back then, when Master asked Ear to betray Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Now, making Ear betray Heavenly Eagle, I can't do it either. Great-Grandfather, please raise your hand high up in mercy and leave. Empyrean Piljade said with a cold snort, "If I say no?" Yun Yi seemed to have long expected it and said in a solemn voice, "Then Ear can only die together with Heavenly Eagle." As he said, he turned around and returned to the top of the city walls, and stood side by side with Bai Tong. Good. 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 To think that I, Piljade, was wise for a lifetime, but I actually raised such an unfilial descendant like you. Forget it. This Empyrean will take it as I didn't have you, this offspring. Empyrean Piljade repeatedly said, "Good" 3 times. It could be seen how furious he was currently. His gaze turned dark as he said in a clear voice, "People in the city, listen up. This Empyrean came here today to avenge my enmity with Yi Yuan Punk. Those who are Yi Yuan's sworn followers all have to be rounded up in one fell swoop today. But this Empyrean cares about the welfare of every living thing and doesn't wish to implicate the innocent. Right now, anyone who steps forward and surrenders, this Empyrean can spare their lives and let bygones be bygones. In fact, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital will even have a place for you." Taking revenge was one thing, but what Empyrean Piljade valued more was the pill formulas. Pill formulas were the future of the Southern Border Alliance. Right now, the Southern Border Alliance was just the myriad treasure towers distributor, their profits being pitifully meager. But with pill formulas, everything would be different. There was also one thing. The medicinal pills that Heavenly Eagle produced, the quality was higher than those at other places. What did this indicate? This showed that Heavenly Eagle's alchemists had high standards. Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's alchemists were all pillars of society. Their strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. With so many talented people, killing them would be too wasteful. What Empyrean Piljade pursued was benefits and not slaughter. Hence, before he took care of Heavenly Eagle, he naturally had to solicit some alchemists. Under the Southern Border Alliance's army, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was long already as precarious as a stack of eggs piled on top of one another. Piljade had faith that as long as these alchemists were not fools, they would size up the situation. But 1 breath Pius said. 3 breaths Pius said. 10 breaths Pius said. No one stepped forward. Not a single one. Piljade's expression became increasingly uglier, and he said in a solemn voice, "You all rest assured, with this Empyrean around, no one from Heavenly Eagle will dare to make a move against you all." Southern Border Alliance this side had as many experts as Cloud. He himself was even a ninth firmament Empyrean peerless expert. This battle did not have any suspense at all. But there was still no one who came out. Empyrean Piljade, give up on this. No one will go with you. We'll live and die together with Heavenly Eagle. Stop trying to win popular support here. Who doesn't know that you're coveting the pill formulas? Still putting on an appearance here, don't you find it disgraceful? Stop dreaming. Even if we die, we'll also bring the pill formulas into the coffin. If you have the ability, go find Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great ancient families to ask for pill formulas. All of a sudden, a series of noisy voices came from the city. The martial artists and alchemists in the city all let loose a torrent of abuse towards Empyrean Piljade. Empyrean Piljade was angered until his expression was livid with rage, and was incredibly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's civilians were all a bunch of desperate people who did not fear death? Was there such a place in the entire Heavenspan world? Why did these guys rather die than be willing to surrender? Hearing the cursing voices that came from here, the Southern Border Alliance side was incomparably shocked. Are these guys all lunatics? Could it be that they all aren't scared of death? What the hell kind of place is Heavenly Eagle? Why are all of them like madmen? There's actually no one who surrendered. How is this possible? How could they know that for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have its present cohesion, it was earned by Yi Yuan with his life? Only sincerity could be exchanged with sincerity. Relations, HI plus PS that were bound together using benefits ultimately could not go far. Bai Tong looked at Empyrean Piljade and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Stop making futile efforts. Yi Yuan, that brat's abilities aren't what you can imagine. Even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City fights until the last soldier, there also won't be anyone who surrenders. It's impossible for you to bring away the pill formulas too. Using this scheme on Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from asking for a scolding, there are no benefits at all." Empyrean Piljade was angered until the muscles on his face were twitching. He did not expect this situation from start to end. He thought that once the army arrived, wouldn't a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble with fear and fall apart to pieces? But who knew that these guys were a bunch of lunatics who did not fear death? No one escaped. No one surrendered too. Just what kind of magical power did Yi Yuan this guy have? He was clearly already dead. So what were these guys persevering for in the end? In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Very well. Since that's the case, then all of you can go and die. This Empyrean wants to see if it's really all tough bones inside this Imperial City." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. Hundreds of Empyreans and countless true GODs charged over, their momentum astonies. HI plus ing. Chapter 22:13. The King Returns. Chapter 22:13. The King Returns. F** King HELL. I haven't felt my blood boil with excitement like this for so long. Kill. 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 Brothers, kill for me. On top of the city walls, Long Zhao's scarred face appeared especially savage, bringing a group of brothers and charging over. "Everyone, follow Big Brother soon. Kill this bunch of foolish humans." Long Sun yelled. "What are you fighting me for? Follow Big Brother Tian and finish off all of these BASTARDS. Long Zhaotian was still competing with Long Sun. Before coming, Yi Yuan gave them a batch of medicinal pills. At present, this group of people already all broke through to the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the dragon race's powerful bloodline, their combat power could not be underestimated. The two camps were akin to two giant curtains in the sky. They were about to gather together very soon. As for Empyrean Piljade, these grandmasters, each and every one of them stood with their hands behind their backs, sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. All of a sudden, a figure interjected between the two main camps. Empyrean Piljade's gaze turned intent, and he stopped everyone with a hand gesture, and said with a frown, "Flutterfeather, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that your myriad treasure tower is really going to wage war with the Southern Border Alliance?" On the surface, this was a war between Empyreans. But in reality, it was a group of heavenly emperors controlling behind the scenes. The reason why it was delayed for several decades was because of Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families. The Heavenly Emperor faction behind the Southern Border Alliance was competing with these two forces. In the past, due to Yi Yuan this important figure being around, these two forces naturally brimmed with confidence toward Heavenly Eagle. But along with the Pa's Sage of Time, the hopes of Yi Yuan returning alive became bleaker and bleaker. Only then did Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families gradually reach a compromise. Otherwise, how could Empyrean Piljade dare to launch such a large-scale war? Behind the war that seemed simple, it involved tremendous profit. Flutterfeather looked towards Empyrean Piljade and said coolly, "This Empyrean coming today is only representing myself. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Empyrean Piljade's brows furrowed slightly, showing a look of displeasure. "Isn't this guy causing trouble? You said that it has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower, and so there is nothing then? You, Empyrean Flutterfeather, is a high-ranking officer under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, an existence that is extremely likely to become an 8-star alchemy god in the future. If you died here, wouldn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure risk it all to fight with me?" At this time, another figure appeared beside Flutterfeather. It was Empyrean Chaoyuan. "Add in this old man. Younger brother Flutterfeather, I can't let you fight alone by yourself." Empyrean Chaoyuan looked at Flutterfeather and said with a light smile. Empyrean Piljade's expression changed. Empyrean Chaoyuan was a peak Empyrean mighty expert, his strength being not worse than his. The influence of this fellow's appearance on the battle situation was big. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, "Elder brother Chaoyuan, good fellow." Empyrean Chaoyuan laughed and said, "This old man is all alone and doesn't have any fetters. Rather, it's you who could put aside Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, that old thing, and come help out. You're the one who's really loyal enough." The two exchanged a glance, and both bursted out a series of laughter. Seeing these two people had appeared, Bai Tong and the rest were greatly roused. Empyrean Piljade was angered until his expression turned livid. He did not expect that this battle without any suspense would actually repeatedly have a sudden turn of events occur. Up until now, there did not seem to be a single thing that went his way. Empyrean Piljade's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Very good. This Empyrean has always admired Brother Chaoyuan's strength very much. Today I'll spar with Brother Chaoyuan." As for Empyrean Flutterfeather, their side had a lot of powerhouses. There was naturally someone to handle him. Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a big laugh, "You hypocrite, only choose to hear the nice things. This is a life-and-death fight. Who's sparring with you? Bring it on." After he was done talking, Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was released fully. The horrifying pressure made the hearts of all the martial artists jump. If one's strength did not reach the Empyrean realm, they were unable to even stand firmly in the air. This was a peak 9th Firmament Empyrean top powerhouse. The moment 9th Firmament Empyreans moved out, this battle became bewildering and confusing. Empyrean Piljade also felt nervous. Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was extremely strong and actually faintly had signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Looks like this old punk obtained great benefits from the Cloud Pill Summit last time. Empyrean Piljade secretly cursed hatefully. The moment Emperor Chao Yuan released his aura, he became somewhat apprehensive. Once he lost, this fight would really be hard to say. Emperor Chao Yuan smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Why? Don't dare to come anymore, Pilljade brat?" Pilljade's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Who's scared of whom?" Done talking, the power of Ninth Firmament Empyrean was released fully. He actually barely managed to stand up to Emperor Chao Yuan as equals. The great battle was at an explosive point. Yo, so lively! Just as both sides ended up in a deadlock, a voice suddenly sounded out from the void. This voice seemed to be a little familiar. Emperor Chao Yuan and Emperor Flutterfeather exchanged a glance, both of their minds quivering. On Heavenly Eagle's side, Bai Tong and the rest similarly felt their minds tremble. It's His Excellency! His Excellency didn't die. His Excellency came back. Ning Tianping said with wild elation. At this time, the void vibrated. 3 figures emerged. There was a youth in white clothing in the middle. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Ha ha ha, it's His Excellency. It's really His Excellency. He didn't die. He came back. What did I say? His Excellency can't be killed. His Excellency is mighty. His Excellency is mighty. With Yi Yuan appearing, Heavenly Eagle's side seemed to have been ignited all at once. Their backbone, their spiritual leader, their king finally returned. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, shouting, cheering for the Lord in their hearts. At the opposite side, the Southern Border Alliance's powerhouses were all extremely shocked. They were seriously unable to imagine that the entire Imperial City was cheering for Yi Yuan's return. What kind of magical power did this guy have? Yi Yuan's feet stepped on an array formation. Looking at Emperor Pilljade, he smiled lightly and said, "Pilljade, not seeing you for a few years, you're still such a good-for-nothing." Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave Emperor Pilljade a fright. However, he discovered very quickly that something seemed to be off about Yi Yuan. He actually did not have a trace of divine essence undulation from head to toe. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's vital energy was extremely weak. Clearly, it was a body that was heavily wounded. It seemed like the rumors about his demise were not a groundless rumor. It was just that this kid had a tenacious life and actually did not die. Since he was a cripple, then what did he still take to heart for? Pilljade laughed coldly and said, "Kid, look at those subjects of yours. How much they looked forward to your return. It's just a pity that what awaits them is a cripple. I really don't know what face a cripple like you still have to come back and be their city lord." The moment these words came out, only then did everyone startle awake. They were all immersed in jubilation earlier and did not notice Yi Yuan's abnormality. Now, only upon hearing Emperor Pilljade's words did they discover that Yi Yuan's condition was extremely poor. There was not even a trace of divine essence undulation. How could this be? The Heavenly Eagle side that was still cheering joyfully earlier immediately fell into silence. No divine essence undulation signified that the small world had completely crumbled. Then wouldn't His Excellency really have become a cripple? The morale that had just been roused on Heavenly Eagle's side was immediately squelched. But Yi Yuan did not mind and said with a faint smile, "So what? With me around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound." Chapter 22:14. Just running an errand. Chapter 22:14. Just running an errand. Yi Yuan's words made the minds of Heavenly Eagle's people tremble. His Excellency was still so domineering when speaking. No idea why, those words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth were so convincing. Even if he was currently just a cripple. With you around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound? Ha ha, really making this Empyrean die of laughter. A cripple who doesn't even have divine essence actually dares to say this sort of boast. Emperor Pilljade laughed loudly and said. The big shots on the Southern Border Alliance's side also all shook their heads one after another and could not help laughing. A trash who did not even have divine essence, why would they take notice of him? But Yi Yuan completely ignored Empyrean Pilljade. With a flick of his fingertips, a pale yellow line appeared between the two main camps. It was as if a line was drawn in the sky. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words came out, appearing somewhat careless. With this, the southern border alliance's side ridiculed even harder. Ha ha, a cripple actually dares to utter this kind of shameless boasting. Everyone, attack for me. I want to see how a cripple can kill us without mercy. Empyrean Proudcloud jumped around the happiest, bringing a bunch of subordinates and Russ. Hi plussing over. Wanting to block the entire southern border alliance by drawing a line, you, this cripple, are also overestimating your own ability too much. Everybody attack together. See how this cripple kills without mercy. Quite a number of Empyreans completely turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's threat and brought a large group of people, directly charging over. When Pilljade saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Although he was being restrained by Empyrean Chaoyuan, both sides' combat strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's actions were purely messing around. The expressions on Heavenly Eagle's side changed. Bai Tong and the rest were about to rush over. But Yi Yuan turned around and said coolly, "All back down." Everyone's faces changed, stopping one after another. Soon, the Southern Border Alliance army broke through that line Yi Yuan drew. Proudcloud took the lead and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this Empyrean broke through this line now, what can you do to me? Today, this Empyrean is going to right at this time." Yi Yuan's fingers snapped lightly, and he said indifferently, "100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array, kill." Above the void, streaks of golden light lit up, slicing S.P.A.C. into pieces like countless blades. Empyrean Proudcloud's words were said halfway when suddenly, his whole body was torn apart. He could not talk anymore. The third firmament Empyrean Proudcloud, died. Ah! 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 Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, miserable cries suddenly sounded out. The dead bodies of countless powerhouses fell down in succession. Powerhouses that crossed that yellow line all died. In virtually an instant, the Southern Border Alliance's side suffered heavy casualties. Those powerhouses who had not crossed the line yet turned pale with fright and stopped one after another. How could they still dare to advance? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, as if they had seen a malefic star. In a short dozen overbreaths, there were thousands of Empyreans and true gods that fell. However, they did not even know how they died. Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes glued on Yi Yuan, full of shock. Array formation. In an instant, Yi Yuan laid down an enormous array formation above the void. Those who entered this array formation were all Garrote. The problem was, even he, this 9th firmament Empyrean mighty expert, actually could not tell how Yi Yuan laid down the formation too. When did this boy's array formation attainments become so powerful too? Forget about true God realms, Empyrean Proudcloud was a 3rd firmament Empyrean mighty expert. He was actually dismembered like chopping vegetables just like that. How great was the power of this array formation? It was deathly silent above the void. No one dared to underestimate Yi Yuan this cripple anymore. While the Southern Border Alliance army also all stopped before the yellow line. No one dared to take half a step over the line anymore. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked toward Empyrean Pilljade with a strange look and said with a cold smile, "Cripple? Ho-ho, Pilljade, your eyesight is as poor as before. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." When Heavenly Eagle's subjects saw this scene, each and every one of them started shouting madly with excitement. Even without divine essence, His Excellency's invincible might still could not be violated. Empyrean Pilljade burned with fury. Clenching his jaws tightly, he shouted angrily, "Yi Yuan punk! This Empyrean wants to see how many tricks you have. Southern Border Alliance, heed my command. All Empyrean powerhouses, attack together. Annihilate Heavenly Eagle. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's array formation was, it was also impossible to block late-stage Empyrean powerhouses. Those grandmasters were all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. It was simply nothing more than wishful thinking for a mere array formation to want to block them. Empyrean Windrider and those grandmaster powerhouses were aware that they could no longer look on with folded arms. None of them thought that this act today would actually be forced into such a plight. But the arrow was notched and already had no choice but to release. Not taking down Heavenly Eagle today, there would no longer be the Southern Border Alliance in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to die. More than 10 late-stage Empyrean super powerhouses moving out, how shocking was the commotion! Let alone that there were even several dozen Empyreans behind them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Gentlemen, listen to this Ye's word of advice. Withdraw now and everything can still be discussed. Crossing this line, that's becoming this Ye's mortal enemy. From this day forth, irreconcilable till death." Empyrean Pilljade burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "From this day forth? How are you going to have any day after today? Boy, this Empyrean knows that you're some bulls. HI plus T second sage, but that's the demon race's T. I Tli, are you planning on bringing it to the human race to threaten us? Let me tell you today, no matter who comes, you can't be saved either." "Oh? Is that so?" Empyrean Pilljade's voice had yet to fade when a figure slowly walked out of the void. The moment this person appeared, the faces of Empyrean Pilljade and the rest of the powerhouses changed one after another. What a terrifying aura! This person gave them an unfathomable feeling. Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. Empyrean Pilljade's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "No matter who your esteemed self is, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are not to interfere in worldly affairs. Let alone that you're even a demon Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that you're planning on making a move against us at the risk of universal condemnation?" The demonic aura on the other party's body billowed to the sky. How could Empyrean Pilljade not recognize? He already roughly guessed the other person's ident. One tie. It was just that he paid no attention to it. Forget about the demon race's Heavenly Emperor, even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest came in person, he also would not dare to behave atrociously in the human race's territory. Heavenly Emperors were not to intervene in worldly affairs. This was the unspoken rule that all Heavenly Emperors abided by. Moreover, a demon race's major power running to the human race territory to kill people, once this sort of thing happens, things would blow up. The Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "This Emperor is Star Drive under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. I only came over to run an errand. You all don't have to make a big fuss." The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. High Priest Star Drive. Those present were mostly involved in alchemy. So how could they not know High Priest Stardrive's reputation? This was one of the 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. Hang on, what did he say just now? Run an errand? What kind of figure was High Priest Stardrive? Who had this qualification to be able to make him run an errand? Suddenly, everyone's gazes I plus feeded to Yi Yuan, being incredibly shocked. Chapter 22:15. Chaos Samsara Pill. Chapter 22:15. Chaos Samsara Pill. Run an errand? Do my ears have a problem? High Priest Stardrive is a true pinnacle major power. Making him come and run an errand, everyone says that Yi Yuan is the Priest Temple's second sage. I even thought that it was merely nominal. I didn't expect that. His status is actually so high. The Southern Border Alliance's 7-star Alchemy GODS all opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. This sort of thing seriously subverted their understanding too much. High Priest Stardrive was a late-stage 8-star super existence. He had a status that tipped the scales in the entire alchemy world. Such a major power, they did not have the good fortune to meet in their lifetimes too. But such a major power was actually just here to run an errand? However, the following scene affirmed their thoughts even more. High Priest Stardrive gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "GMO offers greetings to Second Sage." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but his gazes glimmered. Seeing GMO this time, he was even more unfathomable than the previous time. "I've troubled you to make a trip," Yi Yuan said. GMO smiled and said, "No trouble. It is only ought to be." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Congratulations to Brother GMO for making great improvements in strength." GMO also grinned and gave another bow and said, "Coming over this time, it's precisely to thank Second Sage." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Thank what? Being able to comprehend things, that's your lucky chance." These two people's conversations made everyone stunned again. Concerning High Priest Stardrive's strength advancing greatly, why did he have to thank Yi Yuan? Could it be that Yi Yuan was already strong to the degree that he could casually give pointers to High Priest Stardrive? How was this possible? However, some Empyreans were well-informed people. Their gazes flickered, seemingly recalling something. A Grandmaster said, "I heard that Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game, Ask Not, in the West Spirit region back then. It was High Priest Stardrive who brought it over." With Yi Yuan solving the game, High Priest Stardrive was watching by the side. He likely gleaned considerable gains. There's actually really such a thing. That eternal chess game, Ask Not, I've also heard of it before. That's the showdown between the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Someone like Yi Yuan can break the deadlock too? That Grandmaster sighed and said, "Originally, this Empyrean naturally didn't believe it too. But High Priest Stardrive came personally. So this matter naturally won't be fake." The demon clan was too far from the human race in the end. There were naturally missing pieces of information when the news came over. Hence, toward these news, these Empyreans were naturally half dubious. Especially that they viewed Yi Yuan's strength as being meager. How could he possibly crack the chess game where Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest faced off? It was just that looking at it today, this matter really could not be any more real. "Brother GMO, have you brought the things that I want?" Yi Yuan said. GMO nodded slightly and said, receiving Second Sage's news, GMO did not dare to stop for a second and gathered the spirit medicines and rushed over. As he said, GMO took a storage ring out and said, "What Second Sage needs, I will do it on your behalf." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Yi Yuan's body did not have divine essence, and could not even open the storage ring at all. Hence, that was why he needed GMO to do it on his behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and said to Empyrean Pilljade, "Just now, you said that I'm trash?" Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly. What kind of eyesight did he have? He naturally saw through Yi Yuan's actual situation with one glance. The current Yi Yuan, his small world, had already collapsed. He was unable to accommodate divine essence at all. This kind of person, what was he if not trash? No matter how strong the formation Tao, what was the use if one could not cultivate? He smiled coldly and said, "Could it be that what this Empyrean said is wrong?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Pilljade, today, I'll let you see who's the Traz. Plus from today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the Southern Borders alchemy world." Pilljade was startled inwardly. Could it be that this boy really had some method and could recover? But, with his small world crumbling, even if Medicine Ancestor came, it would be difficult to repair too, right? Not waiting for him to react yet, Yi Yuan's fingertips flicked out like phantoms. One array formation after another constructed in the void. Seeing his appearance, who still did not know that Yi Yuan wanted to refine pills. They all knew that he was using formation Tao pill refinement, But what kind of medicinal pill was Yi Yuan going to refine to be able to let himself recover? However, the brilliance of Yi Yuan's technique and complexity of the array formations made everyone secretly alarmed. The array formations that Yi Yuan set up, they had not seen a single one before. 10 absolute heavenly Hu. Suddenly, Yi Yuan called out loudly. GMO flicked his fingers. A spirit medicine flew towards the array formation. Swiss. H. Plus the spirit medicine entered the formation and immediately turned into a pile of powder. But the movements of Yi Yuan's hands did not stop and was still laying formations frenziedly. Unreasonable azure spirit fruit. Ancient orchid earth sun gold. Yi Yuan's mouth uttered the name of one rank 7 spirit medicine after another from time to time. These rank 7 spirit medicines were all incomparably precious. It was very difficult for Yi Yuan to want to gather them. Therefore, that was why he informed the priest temple to have GMO deliver them. GMO sent the spirit medicines into the array formation very cooperatively. They were refined in the formation, but no one knew what he was doing. Even the strange hue in GMO's gaze also gradually thickened. With his vision, he actually could not understand what Yi Yuan was doing. When pills entered rank 7, it was extremely rare for people to go and refine pills with formation Dao anymore. Concerning the complexity involved, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Furthermore, there was no one that had used Yi Yuan's method to refine pills with formation Dao. Formation Dao pill refinement was done by setting up all the array formations, and then placing the spirit medicines inside, and letting the array formation complete the refinement process by itself, but Yi Yuan was refining the spirit medicines stalk by stalk. This kind of method they had never seen before at all. But every spirit medicine as well as the portion that Yi Yuan sent into the array formation, those 7-star alchemy GODS all learned it deeply by heart. What if this was an incredible medicinal pill? It was just that they did not think about it. Yi Yuan dared to refine the pill in front of so many of them, how could he be afraid of them secretly learning? Empyrean Pilljade sneered coldly and said with disdain, "The medicinal theory is utter rubbish. His array formations are too many and disorderly. What kind of bulls? HI plus T medicinal pill can such an array formation refine?" By the side, Empyrean Windrider also nodded and said, with his small world crumbling apart, "It's simply beyond redemption. In my view, this boy is merely talking big to impress people." The array formation grew more and more massive and increasingly complex. A high building rose from the ground. It was as if Yi Yuan was using building blocks to construct a skysc. This building took 10 days and nights. At this time, half the sky was filled with stars, as if Yi Yuan embedded the stars into the sky. Exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan flicked his fingers, shooting toward a corner of the array formation. Formation rise, pill condense. Clank. With a crisp sound, the entire array formation seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. Rumble. The void trembled. Endless light radiated out. The entire array formation suddenly seemed to have come to life. Incomparably shocking aura burst forth. Mo's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, This is the aura of a complete world. Second Sage used array formations and constructed a complete world. Chaos Samsara pill condense. Rumble. All of a sudden, light converged swiftly, a medicinal pill that radiated golden light suspended above the void quietly.